Dear George Perez, this video is a tribute to you. I reached out to people that I've interviewed before and some people that I haven't. And I got some of them to talk about you. I asked them some questions and I put it together. This video is pretty long. If you want to skip around, there are timestamps at the bottom of this video that you can use to click around and move around. But it's only because a lot of people had a lot of stuff that they wanted to say. You know some of these people, some of them you've never met, maybe some of them you might not have even heard of, but you impacted all of their lives in some way. Thank you so much. What do you think of when you hear the name George Perez?
Generosity. And well, I can say the first word that came to mind was joy. But because that's what he sort of evokes and brings to every situation. I mean, the general, it's interesting that all of the adjectives that sort of struck me were all, light, like light, imbued with light and with, warmth and with, if it was a psychological emoji, it would be all of the, hearts and rainbows. It was just like, that's to me is George. George is just, he's a force for good in every way, and energy and positivity. Truly one of the most generous, human beings I've ever met in my life.
The best. I mean, crazy. George is crazy. George is absolutely batshit nuts, if I can say that on your podcast.
That's fine.
In the best possible way. I remember when we did Brave and Bold, the team-up book, I knew I wanted to do a Batman and Legion crossover. And we had to do a cover before I came up with the actual story. And George says, what do you want on the cover? I said, well, just remember, if you put them on the, I only figure I'm going to put like 5 or 6 Legionnaires in this story. I had an idea, let me rephrase it. I had an idea for the story. I just didn't have it finished yet. I said, there's only really like 5 or 6 Legionnaires in this story. If you put another character on the cover, I've got to put them in the story. So just be judicious there. And so he turns in a cover with every single Legionnaire, including the dead ones. And I'm just, so now I thanks George. I've got to, it turned out to be a pretty good story, but man, George is the artist who will always give you 4 panels when you ask for 1. Yeah. And because we were working plot dialogue, and so given the plot, he would work out the pencils and I'd come back and do the final dialogue. I would have something like splash page, Adam Strange and Hawkman. And I'd get the page back and he'd be like 5 panels on the page. Here's a big shot of Adam Strange and Hawkman. And here's a shot of Adam Strange fighting. And here's a shot of Hawkman. And here's a shot of Supergirl who's just arrived on the scene. And I have to come up with dialogue for all of these characters too, because this wasn't in my script, but I got to come up with something.
A very humble legend. That's what I think of George. When I met him, he was already one of my heroes in the comic book world. I mean, I read this stuff so many times, and I never expected him to be such a humble, kind, down-to-earth guy. I was an apprentice at CrossGen. And I remember he came to my table. He was just visiting the studio. And he was making the rounds, meeting people, seeing artwork and stuff. And he stopped. And I was working on a page for Scion at that time. And he was looking at the page. He actually stopped and gave me pointers on how to do things, which is something that you don't expect for somebody like George Perez, who's just taking a stroll down the hallway. He took the time to know, what kind of book I was doing and how I was treated in the US, how I liked it. And he was very interested in my hometown, Rome, and very, very, very kind person. Very kind.
I think of a guy who is deft at mixing the kinetic energy of superhero comics with the sort of rich emotional interior life of the characters. Maybe the best at it. One of my favorite comics of all time is Crisis on Infinite Earths. And to me, what really makes that such an epochal comic book is the fact that you're dealing with characters you know that they're coming to an end, and the sort of emotional subtleties on their faces and the way they are dealing with the destruction of not only themselves but of everything they've ever loved. To me, it's like that's one of the greatest sort of achievements in comics, the way he sort of pulled that off, and what is basically a superhero universe.
Complicated artwork. Where's Waldo? The joy of looking for the 10,000 tiny characters, tiny identifiable characters in the background of an image. Things that have surface chaos but have an underlying geometry to them, so that it is easy to find what you're seeing in there. So that, and acting, just the joy of his putting character into each character, so that again, you can tell people apart. You can tell by their body language, by everything, what they're doing, what's going on, and how they are in the scene.
What's your what's your relationship like with George? Like, do you have any funny stories?
I met him in, I'm going to say 1982, possibility of 1983, but I'm sure it was 1982, when I was one of the new kids at DC. I'd just written some stories for them and was kind of being adopted in as the next generation. And so I meet this guy with a giant splot on the front of his shirt because his pens had exploded in the plane. So I knew his artwork. I had identified him at comic book stores before I really knew names or knew to identify individual creators. There's a quality to George's art, and I like complicated. I like things that have a lot of business going on, but I also like the personality within the artwork. So I'd sought his stuff out beforehand. And so when I got to meet him, it was really nice to be able to pass along my appreciation.
Oh, wow. If you want to talk about somebody who's probably very, very deeply embedded in my comics and artistic DNA, George is right there. Like, I remember when I was in junior high school, there was this coffee shop in my neighborhood, and I'll walk over to school. We were the only place at the time that sold comics, and I would always get the same two books. I would get New Teen Titans, 3 books: New Teen Titans, Tales, New Teen Titans, and Marvel Saga at the time, because those seemed to be the only ones that they were carrying. But I mean, you want to talk about Crisis on Infinite Earths, Avengers, JLA Avengers, Saxon Violence. Oh my God, just too
Infinity
much.
Gauntlet.
Infinity Gauntlet. Oh man, just George. It's hard to describe. Wanting to aspire to the level of detail that George pulled off masterfully, and it seemed almost effortlessly in a lot of cases. And then, but I mean, as a young artist coming up and being enamored of the work, and then once getting the opportunity to talk to the man and speak to him, and just see raw pages occasionally, you can't help but admire him as a person, as a professional, as everything that's attached to the name George Perez.
Oh God, I think of this big guy volunteering for whatever the toughest jobs were, with a laugh and a joy, and rushing to, I can do that. I want to do that. Don't let anybody else do that. That's fun.
I think the first thing I think of is maybe the Logan's Run comic adaptation from the 70s, because that's when I first became aware of him. So I loved it. I loved that adaptation. And then I also noticed he was on Avengers and Fantastic Four. So as odd as it is, I think of that Logan's Run book, and then I think of him, and then I think of all the other work that came after it, which, I mean, I've enjoyed his work all through his career. That might have been some of his, that was around the first work he did for Marvel, I think.
Well, I suppose I think of armies of superheroes drawn in exquisite detail, fighting and brawling and acting like real people. I think George not only could bring you the drama and the grandeur of superhero action, but he could kind of focus in on the human aspects of them and their emotions and their relationships to each other. So very detailed, not only in costume, but detailed in character as well.
Well, you know, first, to be completely frank, I don't know George that well. You know, I know him from conventions. I know him from seeing him on the circuit, you know, over a long period of time. I bought almost all of the Infinity Gauntlet series back when it came out in the 80s. But I can tell you that what I do know about George Perez is he is an incredibly good and decent person. You know, I mean, I've met a lot of really wonderful people in the comics industry, a few that aren't so wonderful, but George Perez is as good and kind as anyone I've ever met in this business. You know, I mean, to me, he's up there with guys who I personally consider just great people, you know, Jack Kirby. You know, if it wasn't for Jack Kirby, I don't think I'd be where I am today, because when I was a kid, he was very kind and invited me to his house. Some kid who called him up out of the blue and did a drawing for me of Captain America waving, saying, "Hi, Scott." Walter Simonson, you know, another guy who I've known since I was a teenager, and I've had the privilege of working with him, but also he's one of my closest friends. Bill Sienkiewicz, another guy that I don't know all that well, but he's a great guy, and, you know, obviously very, very talented. And to me, George Perez is up there with any of those guys in terms of his, I don't want to say unique, but really rare way he interacts with his fans. You know, I mean, he is, and with the people he works with too. I've heard from a number of my friends who've worked with him over the years, and they all say the same thing, that, you know, he was always incredibly kind and wonderful to work with. You know, he is one of the most enthusiastic guys you'll ever meet. And, you know, over the years, when I've met him at shows, I mean, considering that we don't know each other all that well, you know, he always had a big smile, a handshake, and sometimes a hug. And, you know, that was all very genuine. And that's, you know, all I can really say about George is he's a good and dear and sweet man and a very genuine person. You know, he's not disingenuous by any stretch that I've ever seen. And I've never heard anyone talk about him in that manner. But so, you know, George is just a great guy, and I'm incredibly sad that he's been dealt this bad hand, because he doesn't deserve it. You know, he's just a good, wonderful person.
Christ, what do I think when I hear the name George Perez? I think of how I discovered comics back in the 80s. Teen Titans Annual with Vigilante, another Teen Titans book with Deathstroke, I think, where we first see the Monitor recruit other assassins, including Cheshire Cat, and that me and my friends were reading it at the back of the classroom, hoping our teacher wouldn't spot us, right?
Where you spotted?
No. I mean, even though it was recess, it was that type of, it was back in the 80s where teachers confiscate anything that's, you know, you shouldn't be reading that in school type of thing. And it was around the same time when I discovered this little comic book shop under the escalator in Vera Mall, which is Phil Bars. And on the window was the cover of Crisis on Infinite Earths. And I was like, what the heck's happening here? Which is around the same time Who's Who came out. And George just drew all those fantastic covers, including a lot of the entries inside. So yeah, as far as like, kick-ass characters are concerned, and what eventually became, these event books, I will always remember George's artwork.
Maestro, I guess. That's the first thing that comes to mind, somebody that does it all. But you know what, when you say that, I see George's smile.
It's a huge smile.
And his huge smile. I feel like George is just enthusiasm. He's so he's so incredible in the fact that he's so good at what he does. And the fact that he had such an impact on me as an artist, and then a person who got to collaborate with him. That's kind of a dream come true. The old adage of like, never meet your heroes because you'll always be disappointed does not apply to George Perez. It's the bar that everyone else should set, like try and meet and then go beyond. Because I've never seen a situation that George has been in where he hasn't been smiling, enthusiastic, happy, welcoming, and constantly drawing while he's doing it. Where if I saw him at a convention and he's talking to fans or other people, the only way he's not doing that is if he is going from one place to another, which he often would be.
A master class in art and storytelling. His work on group books is, I think, unparalleled in comics history. The guy, it wasn't just able to fit many characters onto a page, but he was also able to have those characters perform in character, which is extremely difficult and time consuming for an artist. And George was miraculous at doing that. So that's what I tend to think of, a master class in how to separate and individuate characters in a comic book story, specifically in a group book.
You, speaking of group books, you worked with him on Justice League. And
yeah.
What did it feel like getting a George Perez page back from a script that you wrote?
Well, I had worked very briefly previously with George on a couple of projects at Marvel. We did Logan's Run together, the first issue of that, and that was an adaptation. Then we also did some Avengers together. So I knew what to expect, but his take on Justice League was so specific and so well realized, that it basically urged me to up my game. I definitely had to write more intensively, just knowing that George was going to be the artist working on it. His approach was such a gift. Again, there was nobody like him when it came to doing group books, so specifically group books that weren't about an organic team. Teen Titans, obviously that was an organic team, but he could do characters that didn't organically fit together, like the X-Men, for example. The X-Men is an organic team. It exists as a team. Fantastic Four, the same. But you put a group together like Justice League or the Avengers, those are separate, disparate characters, and George could just play with that, and make it work. So yeah, it was it forced me to up my game. That's all I have to say.
For me, it's I guess it's pure. There's a purity to it, to his work. I don't feel like, yeah, I mean, he came along at a time when comics were evolving into different types of visual convention. But I don't know. I feel like he made that time, his work, really his own thing. You could see his connections to past comics, you know, certain aesthetics, but he kind of brought this different energy to it that was uniquely George. And that just kept evolving as he went along. There's things that he could do on a page that astounds me. And he's one of the few people that actually, I don't know, it just seemed like he was always having fun drawing these superhero characters. There's just something about it that just, when I look at his work, or even if he's not doing superhero comics, he's doing something else, like the book he did, Sirens.
Yeah.
You know, looking at those pages, they're just like, there's always this, I don't know, it's hard to quantify into words accurately, but it feels like there's always this sense of wonder and joy in that. There's a sense of wonder that I feel like he's experiencing a sense of wonder as he's doing it. It has that feeling to it. I don't know if that is true for him, or if he's way more analytical about it, but yeah, he's just one of those artists that forever, impacted comics in a way that was a game changer. Sort of like when Neil Adams came. It's like,
yeah,
sort of change. It has that same aspect where it's like, there's before George Perez and there's after George Perez in terms of what he was doing and bringing to the table that was so unique that it inevitably became a huge influence, whether obviously or not obviously. It became a huge influence on many, many comics artists that followed.
He's your first friend in comics, right? In the industry?
First
One of your
real
first-
friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, he really was. And it's how it came about. I mean, it's funny how these things happen, because I think we were at a convention in New York. I think I was married at the time. I think George was married as well. But I was, I sort of keep to myself, and I was also a heavy, I think, was a smoker and a drinker at the time. So there were, plus a lot of undealt with, issues, childhood things growing up, and I think with George, it was almost like whether or not I tried to resist, what might have been seen as sort of him kind of encroaching. It's like, it was almost like he was going to be friends with me regardless of my, any trepidation or suspicion on my part. He was just like a force of of good, and just like this invitation. So so we hit it off,
Maybe the most talented artist ever in comics, like that, especially the time I was reading comics. He was the first artist whose name I knew, and the first person whose name sold the book for me. I would buy comics just because he was on, his name was there. The second was Jim Starlin, so he was right in that, in that company. I think he may be, the greatest comic book artist of that era for sure. And I think he laid the groundwork for, countless artists to come. And I think he along with, guys like probably John Byrne and Jim Starlin, I think he really defined for, maybe a whole generation of comic book readers what superhero comics in particular could look like.
I think of one of the most legendary and influential artists of our time.
I think of a great storyteller and a really nice guy. I never had the chance to meet George. Well, I'm lying because I was next to George in one convention. I'm not sure about the year, but it was in Avilés here in Spain. He came several times. I only was around one of those visits. I was, what is the word? Shy. I was too shy to, it happens to me with some of the people I admire the most, because I feel freeze in the presence of people that I admire a lot, and I don't want to bother them, and I'm trying to think about something smart to say, and I don't find it. So I miss the chance to say George how much I love his work since I was a kid, and how much I learned about him along all my career. Because as a kid who grew reading comics in the 90s, the main focus points along the 90s was the splash page and the spectacle and the muscles and all that bright colors. But I did not really learn to build characters and character relations until I dive in George Perez works. When I start to study his Titans, his Avengers, his works in DC Comics.
I also think of super detailed work when I think of him. I remember, I think he was doing Marvel 2-in-1, and there was some scene, I haven't looked up the book, where you look through several levels of a building looking down. And I remember reading an interview that, and someone asked him why he did that. And it was because he just wanted the challenge. He liked pushing himself and doing things he hadn't done before. So I just think of energetic work. I think his work is very consistent. Yeah. And it's just great to look at. So.
Oh man, just genius, not just at comics, but at kind of everything. He's just, he's charming. He's quick thinking. He's friendly. He's good at, he does professional quality like musical theater in his local, or he did in his local community. And I've heard him sing. And it's like, whoa, I've actually been to Chicago area like dinner theaters where a lot of people did not know, nobody sang that well. I mean, he's kind of good at everything, and he's passionate at everything. He thinks through everything. He's just and he's one of those guys like Kim Jong-gi who can also just draw straight out of his head without penciling. He imagines a whole page and then traces it onto the paper. So I mean, the amount of talent that guy has, and still being just one of the sweetest guys ever in comics is amazing.
Many characters in the frame. Drawn very well.
I started reading comics right before Infinity Gauntlet, and when I picked up #1 off of the rack, my mind was blown, right? Like, of course, the stories and the characters involved in that, but what George did in those first few issues that he drew of the series just really changed what I was expecting from a comic book and how it could be drawn, even at a very young age. And then as I grew older, like I came in after Teen Titans and Crisis, and so I missed out on a lot of that stuff. So like going back to it as I got older, of course, like when I hit like my later teens, I think around then was when JLA Avengers came out.
Oh,
wow. And of course, you know, his work on Avengers right around that time too was just like, holy moly, like, and he's doing like on Avengers monthly. Like, who is this guy? Because I was by that time like making my own comics, just, you know, as teenagers do. And let's see, around that time too, maybe right before Avengers, or right around then, he was at a convention here in Kansas City, and this was before like the whole nerd-leberty takeover of conventions. So it was like strictly like comic books central, and George was set up, and he was obviously the guest of honor there. And instead, like, this is the thing that sticks with me the most about him. Instead of a line for people to, you know, go up and get the autograph or whatnot, it was like people were like circled around him, and he was like holding court, and like, because he was such a storyteller on all levels, right? Like, not just a visual storyteller, like he was a raconteur.
Yeah.
And that really changed like how I viewed like conventions too, right? Like, the people that were circled around him and listening to him tell his stories while he's making sketches for people, like, that's more of a moment than you're gonna really get in many other ways. It's like you're hanging out watching George draw, and he's talking to you. It's that was really awesome. And like with my appearances, that's kind of how I try to handle it too.
The comic book splash page cover. All comic, even before the world of Image came into light, I thought he was the king of the splash page covers. The layouts were always amazing. I mean, they just jump in your face. And of course, it's always Avengers versus Justice League. Those two. But George Perez, Avengers, Justice League, and those amazing covers.
The detailed artwork. I mean, a nice guy as well, but I've seen a lot more of the artwork than I've actually seen George. We've been at a lot of conventions together, but there's a lot of artwork. So yeah, the details of it.
That he's the reason I'm an artist today. He, along with just a couple others, were responsible for inspiring me when I was young to want to draw superheroes. And I went through a period where my drawings were unabashed and inept George imitations. I was like 17, I applied to the Ontario College of Art, which is more of a fine arts college here in Toronto, with a portfolio full of superhero drawings, including versions of those posters that George did with hundreds of heroes all jammed together in one page, which I adored. And he was like, for me, he was like the opposite of Kirby, with Kirby's big splashy energy. George was all about finesse and detail, which just totally drew me in. It was like if Kirby was like Jackson Pollock, I'd say George was like, I don't know, a Fabergé egg, just perfection and beauty and in these tiny little images.
A big smile with a big laugh.
I mean, what can you say about George Perez? He is one of the greatest comic book artists of all time. Very much a definitive pillar of my love of comics. Like, I don't love comics without loving George. There's no way. I came into comics in the mid 70s, which is when he was really getting going.
Mm-hmm.
And I came in with sort of back issues as well as whatever was current. So it was a nice mixture because my dad and me were sort of bonding over it. And I remember, let me see, the first time I remember George's name was probably either an Avengers or a Fantastic Four. And the thing that I remember most about him early on was I just loved his characters seemed touchable. I mean, none of them ever seemed like people you could meet, but they seemed like you could touch them, that they had weight, they had mass, that they weren't these flat 2D which I don't hate, like Kirby's art, who is probably I'm the greatest fan of Kirby, but it looks like two-dimensional art. It always looks like two-dimensional art. Perez brought that same sort of Kirby zing with this level of detail and this level of weight to the characters that was not Neil Adams, which was hyper realistic, right? It was still comic booky. And I just remember just falling into these pictures.
How tightly did you even have the script for George?
Very loose. I mean, I would write full scripts because that was a DC thing, but you didn't really have to put in a lot of detail because George is a storyteller, so it's a collaboration, much more so than with some other artists who required a little more performance direction. I think my scripts for George were probably less tight than they would have been for an artist like Don Heck or Dick Dillon. But they were probably still just as upsetting to draw because, you'd have like 6 characters in a panel and each one of them, George would find a way to differentiate their performance.
He liked doing that though.
Oh yeah. That was, I think that was his, some artists are, I can't speak for him, because we never really discussed this, but my expectation would be that George was kind of a bit OCD, in his work, enjoying that level of detail and performance. Because otherwise, why would he have done it? It's like a lot of artists go insane doing that kind of detailed work, and dread it. But George seems to have really embraced it, as part of his interest in the work.
I think of a guy who has meant more to me than just about any artist through the entirety of my comic reading life, which started at about age 4. I think of a guy who drew the very first comic that I ever bought with my own money, which was a copy of Fantastic Four 164. And so it was George Perez and Joe Sinnott on inks. And it was just like the epitome of how a superhero book should look. I thought that then, I think that now, and it's sort of immediately just lodged in my brain as just sort of the height of what I like from a superhero comic. And so I've, throughout my entire time reading comics, working in comics, just adored everything George has done. Like I remain in awe of him as an artist. And then just even the sort of peripheral way I've gotten to know him over the years as a person is just so, like, he's a better person and a better sort of communicator and facilitator with his fans than he is an artist. And he's one of the best artists to ever work in the medium. So that it just tells you sort of everything you need to know about him, is that he's as good in all ways that you could want one of your heroes to be good. And so, yeah, like these are all books that throughout my life have just meant a ton to me. And, Perez is one of the guys that if you mention a Marvel, in a lot of ways a DC hero or character, his version is the one that I'm going to think of, because he just epitomizes what you want a superhero book to look like.
I think brilliant artist and extremely nice guy.
I think it might surprise some people that you two are very close, because you've never worked together, have you?
No, I mean, we never did. Although I think that we might have realized early on that we were sort of, I don't want to say artistically incompatible, but it was almost like, I think we realized that our friendship was such that we had a really good thing. And it was sort of like, and I think I was trying to do I was leaning like into the Neil Adams thing and then trying to move beyond that. And I think George was his own animal, his own iconography. And in terms of, a house style, if they talk about there's a Marvel style, I never felt like my style was for either one of the companies. I was just, my own thing. George, whether George's work was DC style, the style guide or not, it's like in a weird way, when he did Titans, it was like he became like not just the house style, but became like the George Perez house style. It was sort of like that was, it was he had total lock on that, and I think that I think my if I worked on his work in terms of inking or anything else, it would have probably detracted from his work and from what he knew. I think where he fit, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that in the sense of he knew what made his work work.
Yeah.
And function. Whereas I think I was just too much all over the place and thrashing. And I think he also I think the idea of keeping that away from his work, like he was dealing with enough with the emotional thrashing I was doing, but we always, what really sort of united us was that we, was that level of empathy, and we sort of, got along on a very sort of emotional, level in terms of just two guys who, because I think, George is a big, burly, guy. It's like, and I think he even talked about some of the stuff that he had dealt with in terms of, upbringing and whatnot. I think that having to be tough or whatever, it's like, I think there was a level of emotional vulnerability that we kind of, to each other. He certainly helped bring that out in me. He wasn't afraid to put his heart out there, and yet at the same time, he had a maturity, that was as potent or as equal to his sort of youthful sort of exuberance.
I think the best definition of what George did creatively also runs hand in hand with who he was to fans. George loved comics. George loved the fans. I think every day George was drawing comics, he was happy. I think every single day he was at a convention meeting fans, he was happy. I cannot imagine anyone being that good an actor and choosing to be a cartoonist and not going for the Oscar.
Yeah.
So this had to be genuine. George just loved everything about it, and that's the biggest difference, I think, between him and not just one particular former superstar, but so many of the people who work in comics. I mean, you will meet the artist who does cons purely for money, and they don't give a shit about the fans, and you kind of sense that. Or you meet the people who feel that comics are somehow a stepping stone to something else. You kind of feel that too. You can see it so often. George loved comics. I mean, you don't put that much work into every single page if you don't love it. You don't get that enthusiastic about your new projects. I mean, it's like he drew superheroes from the 70s to the 2000s. I don't love superheroes anymore. There's a point in the 90s where I was like, yeah, I love superheroes. I want to draw a team book. I've done that. I don't really want to do superheroes anymore. George loved comics. He loved his weird science fiction S&M comics. He loved his Avengers, his JLA, everything. He loved comics. There's no two ways about it. You could give him possibly the worst story ever, and he'd draw the hell out of it. And you look at it and go, "Man, this is amazing." And you read it and go, "Oh my God, what a waste of George," right? But I don't think he ever saw anything in comics as a waste of his time.
Well, I think I think of excellence. I think of dynamicism. I think of very, very fun. I think of what else? An amazing person, prolific. Let's see, legendary, iconic, a person of color who was operating during a time when there was many being focused on, especially during the meeting at the time he came out.
It's not a lot, huh? Back then.
I don't know, a planet you just gravitate to no matter what, because I don't think there's a thing he hasn't done that I haven't picked up or read.
Just an old friend. We're both from the Bronx. I'm a fourth Puerto Rican. So I really related to him. I knew him early on. I started at Marvel as a teenager, and he was just a few years older than me. And so we bonded right away. He was just incredibly talented, enthusiastic, and irresistible. You could not like George Perez, and he was just a very talented, kind person.
When I think of George Perez, I think of like the archetype of, I think, what modern comic readers think of when they think of a comic artist. You know, to me, that's really what it comes down to. I mean, George's style is equally so unassuming and so technically proficient to the point of mastery. You know, I think when people think of comic books, a lot of them think of like a style similar to George Perez, even if they don't know George Perez's name.
Yeah.
You know, to me, he's the like I say, he's the archetype of the modern comic book artist. You know, I think you'd be hard pressed to find any comic artist who consciously or subconsciously is not influenced by his work.
The platonic ideal.
Yeah, totally. I mean, that's him. You know, I think for a generation of creators, you had people like Will Eisner.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think for the more current generation of talent, I mean, again, they can have Eisner as well, obviously, but you got guys like George Perez. You know, he's the man. I mean, he's just, there'll be a million imitators and never another originator like him. You know, he's just amazing. He's breathtakingly so, but yet so unassuming. He's not flashy. He's not like Jim Lee or a McFarlane or some of those guys that I think obviously were influenced by his work, but not that big, crazy, bombastic style. But then you'll see like a George Perez page. You know, I always think of like the scene in Future Imperfect from the Hulk, Incredible Hulk, like the Maestro's trophy room, and like all the trophies of all the superheroes in there, things like that. Or even you can look at stuff now like, you know, the Justice League Avengers crossover, you know, wildly mad, crazy pages. But it's like you just walked into the room and that's what it was. You walked in the room and here's 50 superheroes. You walked in the room and here's all these amazing relics, you know.
Yeah.
You walk into a city and it's just, you know, there or fucking Wonder Woman's Island or whatever, you know, it's incredible. It's like looking at his illustrations to me is like watching a very high-ranking black belt master in martial arts. You know, so good and so smooth that you can almost lose sight of how good they are.
When I hear George Perez, I think of like, well, this sort of perfect art style. You know, you need 1,000 characters on some double page spread. Call George. They'll all be there. They'll all look exactly right. They'll all have the perfect costumes. They'll all be posed in a cool way. I mean, you know, rendered out beautifully. It was always sort of like this perfect rendering. His Wonder Woman stuff, you know, his Teen Titans stuff, like how gorgeous it was. And then also like what I saw of him at conventions where it's like taking pictures of people, holding them like the dead Supergirl or the wounded Supergirl, you know, or them holding him, or I mean, I don't know, just like that sort of joyfulness that he brought to it, you know, like in the art and in the sort of interactions. That's what I always saw.
I think about a meticulous attention to detail. I think about a love for superheroes. I think about fans, and I think about just a love for the craft as well, you know, and you know, George is so, he's at the top of all those things, you know, like, and it's rare to see someone who, you know, is so good also be a really constant, and that his love for both the comics and the fans, I think, is really clear, and and shown all the time. And either in his comics or in people's personal interactions with him. I've never had the pleasure of hanging out with him, but every story I've heard has been just a beautiful, just presents him as a beautiful, kind person.
Whole lot to say. I mean, George is one of my idols as far as artists go. Since I was a little kid, I was like tracing George Perez artwork, trying to imitate his style, failing every time. I had to adapt a completely different style because nobody's George Perez except for George Perez.
You think he was a very big factor in like your own personal growth?
Certainly in terms of emotionally, yeah. And psychologically. He made, it's like you meet people who want to make you, they inspire you to be a better person, and in a way, it's like I've met a lot of artists who inspire me to want to be a better artist. I mean, George did that for me in terms of his work ethic. But did I feel like my work was at all similar to his? No, it's like, so that was like, it wasn't even apples and oranges. So there was really no influence. So we were on separate planes in terms of planets in terms of what we were trying to say with our work. And we were both completely at peace with that. There was no competition or challenge or whatever. It was like we both wanted the best for each other in that way. But on an emotional, personal level, he was, as open and inviting to this young guy, this young sort of thrashing comic book, newbie. And he did show that you probably get more of a positive response if you actually are more embracing of things, as opposed to being, contradictory or conflicting, and I've seen that too,
Very cool.
There's some creators who sort of like, well, let's see if you can take this, then maybe you have what it takes,
George is, I think in terms of like detail, like I always looked at George and Geoff Darrow as like being the two guys that really just, and even Brian Bolland, like putting everything in there, like no rivets undrawn, like no stone unturned. And but that's George. That's just that's who he is as an artist.
He was the gentleman that broke it for me that it didn't have to all be Marvel. I received a free Teen Titans comic book at a mall, and I thought, oh, it's not one of the Marvel comics I'm reading, but it obviously won me over right away. And I was like, oh, it's like DC trying to do Marvel, me not realizing that he had done Avengers and Fantastic Four before that. So I only figured that out in retrospect. So,
and you can see why in that time period, like what, I still grew up in an amazing time to be reading comics, but man, to have been there at that time of Teen Titans and like Giffen and Levitz on Legion of Superheroes, and then of course Chris Claremont and all of his amazing collaborators on X-Men, like gosh, that must have been a really cool time to like be picking comics up from the spinner rack. But the George got to continue to grow as an artist too, right? Like when you look at like his first run on Avengers versus when he came back for the Kurt Busiek stuff, it's night and day. And then the magnum opus that is JLA Avengers.
That cover to number 3.
Oh yeah, the cover to everything. He did no wrong on that book, man.
George was first and foremost the noodly artist. I mean, he rendered everything. If there's any artist, even more so than Bernie Wrightson, if there's any artist to blame for my rendering way too much or using all the lines, it's George Perez.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, that's whenever I'm drawing rocks, it's like in the back of my head, well, George drew rocks this way. And it's like, I mean, he's part of the stew of inspirations, but he's very significant in terms of like, he was key. When I really started getting into comics in the mid 80s, he was one of the guys, right? I mean, it's like, yeah, you got Walt Simonson, you got John Byrne over at Marvel, Michael Golden when you could find him, Garcia Lopez.
You know, it's not, I don't really have anecdotes, just this delightful image of this happy man getting to do what he wanted with his life. You know, most of us who've gotten to spend their life in comics, particularly of our generation, George's and mine, we got into this business when it wasn't going to get you famous, it wasn't going to get you rich, and it certainly wasn't going to help you get girls. There weren't any girls hanging around the comic conventions. The companies weren't paying any real money, and nobody knew who the hell we were or cared. They were just beginning to put credits on the books in any systematic fashion. You went into it because you were interested in the form, because you thought it would be fun, maybe for a while, maybe for life. And I don't know that I know many people, if any people, who really enjoyed the way their life worked out more than George did. He was so damn happy about what he got to do. Whatever got thrown at him, however big the challenge or the problem was. He had his health problems during his life, not just in the one that's doing him in now. But it never stopped him from feeling happy. This was a guy who walked in your office and cheered you up just by being there and smiling and enjoying life.
What is your favorite work by George Perez?
Oh, you know, I mean, just because of the huge burst of creativity, obviously, and how much it changed the comic book industry at a crucial time for me. I mean, obviously, it's like his Teen Titans work is just brilliant. It's just, but I guess the other thing is just his cover work is just the covers he does are beautiful too, and just the way he can draw and design detail and make it still all flow beautifully, like, you know, as a good American superhero comic book page should, was obviously a huge influence on how I progressed in my career, from kind of a scratchy Barry Windsor Smith influenced style to drifting closer and closer to what George Perez does naturally, but I'll never do as naturally as him. So yeah.
Yeah, I have to say, when I first saw your art on Top 10, well, not when I first saw your art before that, but when I first saw your art specifically on Top 10, I was like, oh wow, this guy does group shots like really densely, like George does. That's the first thing I thought of.
A tale I heard from an editor at the time I was working for Malibu Comics was that he was in the office one day when some of my pages came in, and he said, oh, I guess I better I better up my game, which he didn't have to actually do, but he was just saw that there are other people following in his footsteps and was like, oh, okay. I guess in a sense he was saying it's what I'm doing is still working, so it's still relevant. And yeah, of course it has stayed incredibly relevant.
He's got so many, great things that he's done over the years. It's really hard to pick out, one story that you look at and say, oh yeah, this is the best one. It's just a body of work.
I mean, I don't know if I could pick that. Like Fantastic Four, because it was my first, is certainly something that looms large, but like Teen Titans and probably, New Teen Titans 39, which is the only issue of the series, that first series that George inked his own pencils on, is one that just stands out to me as just, at the time I was reading this thing going, oh my God, like this is just such jaw-droppingly beautiful art. Like I don't even know how to sort of process it. Like this is all I want out of any kind of comic book. And so Teen Titans is one that really stands out to me.
It's got to be Titans. I even brought the glassware to raise a glass to Gentleman George for all he's given us. But yes, New Teen Titans is what got me into comics. One of my very first comics off the spinner rack was New Teen Titans #2. first Deathstroke, and I was hooked. I love the artwork, and I could not get enough of it.
You have a favorite issue in that Titans run?
Ooh, that would have to be New Teen Titans number 34, where Terra is revealed to be working with Deathstroke,
Oh,
which just was shocking to me.
that's
And
a
of course,
huge
just
one.
expertly drawn. I mean, that whole run from when like Terra joins to when George left the series is firing on all cylinders. Just like amazing stuff.
He did an X-Men annual, one of the few times that he drew X-Men other than maybe a few covers and things. This X-Men annual 3 that's inked by Terry Austin, that is again among one of the most just gorgeous single issues ever drawn. He shares space in this Justice League 200 issue with, he shares space with people like Joe Kubert and Carmine Infantino and Brian Boland, and he outshines all of them. And I think the only thing that makes that book not be, one of the greatest George Perez comics to ever exist is the fact that other people also contribute to it, which doesn't diminish it, but it's just, I don't know, the more George I can get, the better.
Well, I mean, I have a personal favorite in the work we did together on Justice League 200. That I think was some of the best work that I ever did, on that book. And, I like to think that George felt the same way.
And all of those other artists. Some of the best work they
it
ever
was
did.
such a wonderful book in general. But obviously, as a fan, as a reader, my favorite of his is Teen Titans. His grasp of character and performance and drama and excitement, just hit its peak with that book. It sort of set the standard for DC in terms of group books and storytelling. And I don't know whether other artists consciously emulated it, but it certainly was a goal to drive at. And again, one of the things a lot of younger artists don't get about comic books is that it isn't just about the craft of designing a page. It isn't just about drawing great figures. It isn't just about layout. It's about storytelling. And storytelling for George seems to have been the driving force. I mean, all the things that he talks about, detail, all the things we recognize in his work, detail, precision, the use of dynamic figure placement. All of that is in service of storytelling, and nobody did it the way that George did. And artists who were influenced by him, hopefully that's what they're taking from it. Not just, the obsessive detail, but the service that provides to the story.
That ain't fair.
That ain't fair.
I would say, of course, the seminal Teen Titans. That whole run from beginning to end. I mean, just watching how his style started to kind of morph a bit as he continued to work on the series. I think he did a good 3 years worth, 4 years worth. And he rarely,
50 issues. So
Yeah,
5
easily.
years, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. So he rarely missed any issues. I think at one point he was doing JLA. I think he was doing JLA and Teen Titans, or Avengers and Teen Titans at the same time. It was weird.
And Crisis.
I've done a group, and was that the same time? I think that was the same time, right?
I think it was the same time. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's been a while. So yeah, the brothers, he was just able to do tons of characters. And if anyone has never seen George Perez's work, they need to go check that brother stuff out now. And I'm hoping they have some kind of George Perez omnibus of some sort, because that's a pretty thick book.
Well, how would
At
you
least 50 pounds.
How would you say your art is influenced by George?
Oh, definitely. Like I said, the dynamic portion of it, the fact that his stuff is pretty organic, despite his ability to be able to draw so many things into a panel. He could tell he was a doodler. He loved to doodle, which is something that a lot of artists don't get to do. I don't know if I'm really a doodler, but I guess I can be. I find that if I doodle too much into a panel, I'm stuck on it. You know, I'm always trying to find a better way to make it look a certain way. But he had his own style. He had his own originality. It was influenced by a ton of other people. I'm sure he'll say people like Rich Buckler, Jack Kirby, maybe Neil Adams, or a couple of other people that were seminal in his progression of his work. But up until the fact that Phil Jimenez came out of the picture and showed him started working on it, I had never seen anyone draw like him, ever. So you knew George Perez's stuff when it showed up.
I think it has to be the Teen Titans, really. I mean, that was the thing that made his name, and it was the thing that he obviously was passionate about, and was experimenting with new storytelling ideas and page designs. But anything he's done is impressive to look at as an artist. I think of what he did with the Crisis book as well, or or the DC Marvel crossover. It's a true comic fan. It's somebody exploring the medium and having fun with the material.
God, that's. I never had to actually pull a favorite. I liked his Hulk story with Peter David.
Feature Imperfect.
Yeah. I liked it. It had this inherent meanness to a lot of Peter David's work that sometimes grates on me a bit. I have to say his Teen Titans work.
Okay.
I have to say, and it's not his best work, because some of the stuff he did with Starlin was just astounding. But it's because it was the first exposure to George for me. Like, I would see his Avengers later. I'd see his earlier Marvel work later. But his Titans work was my first exposure to his work, and then I got all the back issues and everything.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, that he made a bunch of characters that I couldn't care less about look cool. Like Robin, come on.
Titans too, right?
Robin.
That's the one where you really see his evolution as an artist.
Yeah, I honestly think a lot. I mean, we got Vigilante and Peacemaker. I mean, you don't get Vigilante without George. But I think the current, like, a lot of people want to blame Frank Miller for like what we've seen with like Robin and Nightwing and all that stuff. I don't think we see any maturation of Robin into Dick Grayson without the work that George and Marv did on Titans.
Yeah,
I mean, he
agree.
made him a man. He made him a man in a yellow, green, and red costume.
With bare legs.
Bare legs, baby. And he shaved.
And he shaved.
Yeah.
Oh, his work on Teen Titans is amazing. So I think that would probably be my number two. And of course his run on Wonder Woman is fantastic. So I mean, yeah, there's a lot, I think, as a writer that I learned from artists. I learned probably more from looking at comic book artists than I do from other writers, just because the writers already have their own sort of informed style and I have my own style. So I'm not going to learn a lot from the writers, but when I see how somebody's able to sort of convey something with the art, that would save me like a caption, or that would save me, writing 30 words in the art notes. It's like, to me, that's inspirational. That's what I try to draw upon when I'm writing. I try to think, well, how would George Perez draw this? Or what would George Perez like have like an inset panel just so you could see like the emotional response of the character? And if the answer is yes, then that's probably what you should be writing in your script.
Probably Teen Titans, his run on Teen Titans.
Teen Titans,
I love all those characters, and I love the humanity he gave them, and the even just things as simple as the size differential between Robin and Cyborg, for example, and just and there was so much detail packed into every issue. and the characters were just really unique looks on all the characters. Jericho, you know.
Yeah. Talk about, for women, different faces,
Yeah.
different body types.
Different faces, different body types. Raven is so different than Starfire, right? You know, I fell in love with those characters in that book.
And Donna, yeah.
Yeah.
That's difficult. I like Crisis. I like Korvac. I like Teen Titans, and I have connections to all three of those. I've worked on the sequels to all three of those, but kind of. So, I mean, I had to do a lot of, back research all over his stuff at the time. So I guess I'm going to say Teen Titans because George has got it, I think.
I got to work with George a little bit as a writer, so I'm biased towards some of that. But I think creatively, the two works that I'm most impressed by are his run on Wonder Woman, where he ultimately would solo as writer and artist, and he had just a wonderfully human take on a character who I found somewhere between difficult and impossible to write, and many other writers of my generation found somewhere between impossible and more than impossible to write. And his work on Teen Titans, where I had the pleasure of watching him and Marv go back and forth for years, playing and having fun and doing Can You Top This, the best kind of collaborative comics.
I remember when the first Titans omnibus came out.
Mm-hmm.
Haden and I were talking about, I think he got a copy around the same time as I did. And we were talking about it, and he's like, God damn, how did he fit what he fit on a page without still feeling like I mean, there's a lot of detail, don't get me wrong, but you don't ever feel like overcrowded. It felt compact, and the amount of information conveyed on a single page was astounding. And then not only was his artwork that way, but he was, working in an era where comics were much more verbose.
Yeah.
And that combination of his art and the lettering, you're amazed at how it could function so well, and it's something to study for sure. And yeah, so we both were like geeking out over that when it first came out.
And it's not just stuff that I read when I was 5 or I was 12. It's the Superman book came out, in was it 89, and he was doing stuff that came out through Boom Studios, in this past decade, and it all is just so good. The Kurt Busiek, George Perez Avengers hit me at a time when I was largely just losing complete interest in superhero comics, either feeling like I was outgrowing them or just
same.
Frankly, late 90s superhero comics were largely dreadful. And so they gave me back not only a new version of the book that kept me interested, but it also sort of gave me everything that I loved about like George Perez Avengers comics as a kid. And it was one of those very rare, like you can go home again kind of things. And so I don't know how to pick a favorite. Like I could fill this entire spinner rack with my favorites. This Avengers, he did these Avengers issues 160 to 162. This like I loved Wonder Man as a character. I loved Ultron as a villain, and so those 3 issues are kind of an encapsulation of just the very best of George's kind of first iteration of George Perez.
He's done so much that that's a good question. I really think of it all as one, enormous body of work that he loved, doing as many characters as possible. So you could see the joy he had in doing, the books that featured as many characters as possible. But he was able to do, the opposite as well. Very simple scenes with just a few characters, and get as much drama and humanity out of it as any other artist. So if I had to choose a personal favorite, it might be some of the work he his last work on Manwolf with David Anthony Kraft, was I was sort of a behind the scenes part of that. So, and I was good friends with David Anthony Kraft as well. And early on, when David first got that assignment, he was kind of disappointed. Manwolf didn't seem like the most exciting character around. And I sort of gave a little pep talk to Jack, as we like to call him. And I said, yeah, but you got this new guy, George Perez, he'll be coming on with you too. And, and look what, young, talents like Chris Claremont and Dave Cockrum and John Byrne were able to do with the X-Men. Don't go by whatever's been done before with Manwolf. Look at what the potential, what you could do. So when they did the Man God story with Manwolf, I thought, George delivered on what I was promising. He didn't know I was doing that, but he didn't disappoint at all. So it was great.
Every single costume got this complete medieval redesign, and it's not going to be a thing for more than a few issues at the most. And so the amount of work and care and research and diligence he brought to those costumes was just sort of defines George as a creator. Like, he went so far above and beyond what might have been expected of any artist, especially a guy who was doing monthly comics to the degree of detail that he was. It was amazing to me. It was amazing to me that George Perez could still be doing this stuff that speaks to me as whatever age I was then, the same way it did when I was first experiencing comics. Because like I say, comics had so far been emulating a lot of the worst of the late 90s traits, I don't know, they kind of lost their way and sort of, it felt like the old ways of telling stories didn't resonate anymore, or at least they didn't think it resonated. And George came back to prove that it did. And the weird sort of poignant and sweet thing about it is when you hear George talk about that time, when George talks about a fan coming up to him at a con and saying something along the lines of, you're really good, and if you keep at it, you can be as good at Todd McFarlane as Todd McFarlane someday. And George having this realization that, like, I'm not the hot young thing anymore. Like, I got to really prove to this little punk and all these other, newer readers that I'm as good and I'm as important and I matter as much as, this next wave of talent. And I got to work even harder to really prove that I still deserve a spot here. And, like, to all of us that know George's work, like, he always deserved that spot, but it's just such a defining characteristic of kind of the cyclical nature of comics that even a guy that is just on the mountaintop like George was sort of felt forced into proving that he still belonged. And I mean, obviously he has never not belonged at the top.
I didn't realize for a long time, one of the first comics I read very early on was a George Perez New Teen Titans book. And it's one of those things that stuck with me. Again, I honestly, I've never per se been a superhero guy, but when I would think of comics, again, I would think of like that. That was one of the earliest comics I ever experienced. But favorite, again, I'm going to go back to Future Imperfect. When that came out originally, that was kind of like an aside to the Incredible Hulk series. It was like this prestige 2-issue prestige mini series, I guess.
Yeah.
And when you have people on the Hulk, you got your Gary Franks and your Dale Keones and all this, and these more bombastic artists. And then you got a guy like Perez come on, who again is very good, but a little more unassumingly so. It kind of threw me, I think, for a minute when I first, but then the more I started reading, I'm like, wow, man, like the cityscapes this guy's drawing and the scenes. And like I said, that trophy room of the Maestro, and you look at it, like, anybody with time could illustrate that, but no one could do it as well as he could. So to me, Future Imperfect all day. To me, that is, I mean, he has a huge mountain of work, but to me, that's it right there. That's the one.
I do. My favorite Marvel title was always The Avengers, and I really liked his run with Jim Shooter. That was very early in his career. In fact, like the first issue of George Perez's run has this very famous, if you're a 70s kid, Gil Kane cover of the Avengers facing down the Squadron Supreme. Now you have two characters in this frame. Hello, Newt. Say hi to the nice people at home. No, he doesn't want to.
He doesn't want to.
He just wants to lie down. He's pulling my shirt all the way. There we go. There we go. There's the sun. There's this very famous Gil Kane cover that was the first issue of George Perez's run on the Avengers. That's the Avengers facing down the Squadron Supreme. And if you're a Gen Xer of a certain age, you had a Trapper Keeper, right? The Marvel had these like folders you'd bring to school, and that cover was on it. But he was just starting out in that era. But then he did. I love this cover. I thought I'd grab I'm a huge OG Guardians of the Galaxy fan, and George Perez started. He did a lot of great storylines with Jim Shooter. He did this Ant-Man versus Ultron bit that was great. That also involved the Scarlet Witch, and he started the Korvac saga, which the OG Guardians of the Galaxy appeared in. So I think specifically this is my favorite George Perez work, which is Beast clocking Charlie 27.
Actually, let me revise what my favorite George Perez work is. It's Avengers work. That was like when I was a kid reading his Avengers work, it was like, it was just so beautiful and fun, and oh my God. Yeah.
Amazing.
I don't know. He's so good at everything. And again, there's nobody else who brings joy to realistic superhero comics the way he can.
Well, I mean, my favorite would be the Avengers that we did together. I particularly like the Old West Kang time travel thing.
His second issue.
Tough to draw that, and yet he did. So I mean, he did many other amazing things, but I'll go for the one that I worked with him.
I feel like this is a biased question, but I've been asking everyone, what's your favorite George Perez work?
Oh God. Okay. Craftston Chronicles #3.
That's what I thought you'd say.
Which was the history of Seppi, or Solus #7, which is kind of weird pop art, VW Bug.
The psychedelic
issue
one.
of that. Mhm.
Yeah. I think I told you the last time, Craftston Chronicles #3. When I ask people, whenever anyone asks me what my favorite George Perez work is, it's hard to not say JLA Avengers, but at the same time, like, I think as artistically speaking, Craftston Chronicles #3 is the best thing he's ever done.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, because there's so many wonderful things he has done, and so many just little. Has such a clever, innovative way of laying out a page. Sometimes he'd pull things from so many different sources, and JLA Avengers is a good one.
Do you have a favorite George Perez work?
Oh my God, there's so many. I mean, his Avengers run.
Which one?
Yeah, so many, man. I don't know. Whenever I see his Ultron saga, I just go insane because there's so much power in those pages, so much detail. Oh my God, I still remember every time that he drew debris of a wall being busted or, an energy beam. I'm going, man, I feel like, it's all over me. So much, there's so much power. And also, his Avengers, JLA stuff was pretty intense. Huh?
Yeah, like talk about the ultimate fanboy dream.
What can you get more than that? I mean, you get George Perez and both super teams, the biggest super teams of all time.
You were working at CrossGen at the time. Did you know that? Did you know that that's the reason George stopped working at CrossGen?
Well, he told me one day we were talking about what's out there after CrossGen. And I didn't know that was the reason, but he told me that he had in his hands something that every other penciler in the business would kill for. And I was like, oh, come on, you got to tell me, what's going on. And he was like, okay, well, Batman and Captain America and Thor and Superman. I'm like, oh, man. I mean, I didn't know that was the exact reason, but I can't blame the guy. I mean, this stuff happens once in a lifetime.
Yeah, apparently when he signed the contract at CrossGen, he gave Mark Alessi a clause in his contract that said, if DC and Marvel gives me a contract for JLA Avengers at this point in time, there's a deadline, I gotta go. And they got him the contract like on that day.
Yes. But let me tell you something. Mark Alessi was not a person to do this kind of stuff for anybody. I mean, he was a very, very tough businessman. He was a very kind person, you know, when you talk to him face to face, and he was incredibly generous. He gave me a chance of a lifetime, and I will always be grateful for that. But when he came down to business, I saw him dealing with business, and he was as hard as they come. So for him to allow George Perez to have such a clause in his contract, I'm like, that's the greatest sign of respect that he could give. You could tell that he was a fanboy, because he wanted to read JLA versus Avengers like everybody else.
So George tells you about that it's something that every artist would kill for.
He told me that.
So
it's something that every artist would kill for.
So here's my question. All of the artists who were working in comics at the time, would anyone else have taken it, or would they all have said, or would you guys all have said, only you can do this, George?
No. We would have, I would have dared anyone. Just on the spur of the moment, for the enthusiasm, probably, a lot of us would have said, oh man, yeah, I'm going to do it. But after one split second, I think everyone would have realized, one, the amount of work required to do such a thing. Two, the stones to pull off such a story. And three, that there was only one man to do that kind of stuff. And it was George Perez. So take a step back, take a bow, and just wait for magic to happen.
Yeah, I think that was the ultimate thing that I heard was like, yeah, nobody, like no artist would have taken it, because everybody knows only one guy would have done this.
Yeah, and mostly because everybody wanted one guy to do it. You know what I mean? We wanted to read that story drawn by him, not by somebody else, by George Perez.
Well, I love those posters I was mentioning that he did. But, we have like every known character that you could name was jammed together in one piece of art. And you could go through and you could find each character, and it was a perfect little drawing. You could spend hours looking at those. You could have characters like Jack of Hearts. I always remembered him as like being like this super ornate character, and he'd be like this super detailed drawing, even if he was by himself on a splash page, and he'd be in there perfectly rendered, along with like 100 other characters. And I was like always more into like the superhero team comics than any of those like than single character comics. And those are where George really shone the most bright. Like it takes a particular talent, I think, to like draw those panels with like tons of characters all in there, and they're in the background and stuff. And each of them is doing something that suits the narrative and their particular character. And I loved George so much that I started buying Teen Titans. And as you know, Dewey, I was always been like a diehard Marvelite. And I shunned DC completely until George took over Teen Titans. And, following George to DC was kind of like my ultimate compliment to George. I even bought like, was that Crisis on Infinite Earths, just to look at the art. I had no interest in reading them. And maybe I'd like read them begrudgingly. I'm like, Flash, who cares?
I'm so glad he dies in this one.
Yeah, it's like I'm not affected at all by his death, but it's beautifully drawn. And it was especially galling because Marvel had like their sort of version of it, the Secret Wars, and it was just so much less. Well, I mean, I don't want to insult the artist of Secret Wars, but it just wasn't George Perez. And I'd have given anything to see George do Secret Wars with all the characters that I loved. It was like, Crisis on Infinite Earths. I was having my own like mini crisis in my 13-year-old bedroom. Why is George not at Marvel?
I don't know if I do this aside from Logan's Run, since that was the first time I became aware of him. I really enjoyed the JLA Avengers that he did.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
And he kept the faces pretty distinct.
I would say Infinity Gauntlet, most of the Wonder Woman covers, and the Crisis stuff. It's a lot of crisis, right? The DC had a lot of crisis stuff. I don't remember. I know Infinite Crisis, Final Crisis,
Yeah.
and
Crisis on Infinite Earths.
yeah. All the crises, if that's the plural of crisis.
And he worked on all of those.
Yep. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, it's just those covers, man. I cannot get enough of those covers that he makes, more than the actual interior art. Like every cover is something to frame. Like everything should be in a museum.
Oh man, see, that's hard. That's because, you know, I've got first printings of all the issues of Crisis on Infinite Earths.
Mhm.
Like, if you know, I have a hardcover of JLA Avengers. Like, that's one of my favorite recent. Like, I mean, I know it's not recent, but
Yeah.
that's like
Comparatively.
everything. Yeah, that's like everything that, you know, the comic fan Jamal wants in that kind of story. Like,
Same.
Yeah.
Same.
You know, just to, I mean, when you go back to Infinity Gauntlet, just there's a moment in one of the issues I remember very distinctly where it's just the Hulk and Wolverine sitting on a rooftop,
Yeah.
and just perfect, like perfectly drawn. Like it doesn't get better than that. You know?
He also does like all of this really elaborate design work, at least in the first
Mhm.
issue of Infinity Gauntlet, like that
Yes.
panel of Captain America being introduced and then his
Oh yeah,
shield
absolutely.
goes into the panel.
Yeah. No, it just, you know, a master of design, a master of storytelling, and just, but in all of that, you know, it always keeps coming back to the man himself. The man is kind and humble, and, you know, even with everything that's going on with him now, just the generosity and the kindness is just oozing out, you know. I have a very, you know, I'll be honest, I have a very hard time imagining what it'll be like, you know, when we don't get another George Perez story, you know.
Oof, I knew you were gonna ask me that. It's like on an emotional level, right? Like you're so many times your first taste is the best. So Infinity Gauntlet #1, for me personally, and then, you know, again, like he knocked it out of the park there. But as far as just like marveling over his work, JLA Avengers is just a high point.
Yeah, it's hard to not say JLA Avengers at some point. Like, even if you
Yeah.
name something else, it's like, oh, and JLA Avengers.
Yeah. So it's like, well, Infinity Gauntlet #1 for me emotionally, for like studying the height of someone's craft, JLA Avengers.
Yeah, the design work he does in Infinity Gauntlet too. Like, that's just,
Oh, the construction of those pages is magnificent.
and I still
And
think that first issue cover is the best cover he's ever done.
yeah, and it's among the best covers Marvel's ever published.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, kind of influence our entire society right now, if you stop and think about it.
That's true.
Like the was it like first or second page with Thanos doing the snap?
Yeah.
Right? Like if you say the snap right now, everyone knows exactly what you're talking about. And it originated right there.
Well, I mean, you know, Justice League's nice, the Avengers nice. You know, I guess I have to say the Infinity Gauntlet because I'd be a schmuck if I didn't. So
When he gave you that snap to draw and it was all in negative space, is that harder to ink or
no,
somehow
I mean,
easy?
George is very easy to ink. He put down the lines just as he wanted them. It's not like I ever said, "Oh God, I got to ink George Perez." I did say, "Oh God, I got to ink all those details on George Perez." But no, I knew it would be a marathon, but it wouldn't be a trial.
So what was it like inking Thanos' shrine to death and with all of those rocks.
Boy. You know, you can't ink George Perez all at once, you know, because you turn around and you realize you're Rip Van Winkle and 20 years have gone by. You ink apart, you go away, you ink apart, you go away, you ink apart, you go away, you go, okay. But, you know, I mean, I also recognized the Infinity Gauntlet was really cool. Look at these characters, look at all these people, all these realities meeting each other. And, you know, I knew who Thanos was because they'd done the Avengers annual, like whatever, 5 years earlier. No, I was very happy to have been on the project. But it's sort of like, I got to go to Paris today. Oh no, what a long trip. Oh, I'm going to be so tired. Oh, good, I'm in Paris. Okay. You know, so it's like George Perez. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, look, I have a George Perez job. Okay. So.
Like, it's great to be done. And
Yes. Yes. And by the way, when I did the Handbook of the Marvel Universe, and I was inking some character with a particularly complex costume like Jack of Hearts or something, I would go back and look at the source material, and it was almost always George Perez.
The death of Supergirl, I think, in Crisis. I mean, that cover is still stuck in my head. Yeah, that's what first came to mind. I love the entire Crisis line. I think that's what I used to have that. Now I lost it. But that's one of the books that I just kept reading over and over again. Eventually in high school, coming home from school, before I dive into homework, my ritual was to eat merienda, eat a sandwich, have a snack, and I would get my favorite comic books and I just put it in front of me and I read it, even though I've read it, 100 times. And Crisis was just one of those books that was, closest to my shelf, and I would just grab it. And that's how I, relax and decompress before doing homework.
My first George Perez comic is kind of crazy. It's the last issue of Crisis. I had not really read a DC comic, and found this last issue of Crisis, which looked interesting, to say the least.
I'll talk about jumping off the deep end.
Yeah, I did not understand it. It took many readings before it even began to make sense, and but it really, like his, one of his strengths, of course, is being able to draw all that stuff, draw that whole universe, and make you feel it. And for me, as a 10-year-old or however old I was when I saw that book, it really did feel like a whole new world had opened up. Like it scared me off of DC Comics for a few years probably, but it was just incredible to see just the level of craft and imagination, and it's how it's what you when you're a kid, for sure. Like it's colorful, it's energetic, it's so rich, and I think a lot of us are still chasing that high and trying to make that as bring that back.
You came in like a little earlier than I did, because the first George comic I remember reading is actually like his covers to Who's Who in the DC universe. Same
right.
exact reaction, complete confusion and a sense of wonder. What did you feel when you saw something like Crisis and you saw like multiple versions of Superman, but they're all drawn differently, right?
Yeah, it gets you thinking. It does break you out of I think that's kind of what moviegoers are going through now, seeing all this kind of multiverse stuff. It really is. And what you had grown up with, Super Friends for me, that kind of stuff. Seeing Crisis was really just ratcheted up the excitement you know, and just wow, there's an old Superman. There's there's a Superboy, and he's got this armor on, and all this stuff, and all these characters that I'd never heard of. So international characters. I mean, there was a lot of trying to showcase DC's diversity at the time, really showing this off as a global event. Was an eye opener for me as well. Like, wow, there are heroes in Asia, there's and all over. So it was really cool, and he sold it. George sold it all to you. You believed it because the same care was being taken drawing Superman as it was drawing, I don't know,
Judo Master.
Yeah, or who's that? Thunder and
Thunder and Lightning.
Thunder and Lightning, I guess. Yeah.
So my condolences about David Anthony Kraft.
Yeah, thank you so much. I figured I wanted to mention him because he enjoyed working with George so much. It was in Comics Interview, David Anthony Kraft's Comics Interview, that ran the original 50, or I don't know how many. It was a bunch of pages from the first version of the Avengers JLA crossover that George penciled. David did such wild and different things as the Beatles story with George, and
that was him.
And, it was inked by Klaus Janson, and it was even something that was published in Europe that was never published here. It was penciled by George. It was an adaptation of that crazy Sgt. Pepper movie with the Bee Gees and et cetera, et cetera. Everyone from Alice Cooper to George Burns in it.
Those are difficult to find for a George collector. I have not been able to find them. So
they're out there, but and it was that was an odd one, but George, as I said, could do anything, and that was a good example of displaying just that.
And he would be guesting on a book. He'd do 2 or 3 issues on something, and then his Wonder Woman and his Teen Titans. Those are my Wonder Woman and Teen Titans. There is no Wonder Woman, modern Wonder Woman, without George Perez. Like, that Diana is Diana. Like, that's Diana to me. The only picture I have in my head is Perez's. And it's weird because he's drawn so much stuff, like so many things. How many times did he go round and round with the Avengers? And every time he's on the Avengers, it elevated the book, no matter who did it prior to him. It was like, oh, great, George is back. We're about to have some fun now. Yeah. Like his Scarlet Witch. Can anyone touch that Scarlet Witch? Oh my God. Romany Scarlet Witch, that comes from George's design, right? That costume, I think, is
the curls on her hair. The curls in her hair.
Yeah. And like the thing I used to always pity was every inker on a George Perez comic. I was like, when I first saw the pencils, I think it was at a convention, and I saw a page of George's pencils, I was like, inkers must cry when they get assigned to a George Perez book, because he draws every brick, right? If there's a like a mosaic floor, he draws all the cracks. I'm like, if I'm the inker, I'm like, do you expect me to, like, dude, that's George Perez. You better draw every single line,
How do you think the letterers feel?
Oh,
having to cover that up.
Cover up any of it. Like, he paid no attention, right? He's like, I'm just drawing this awesome thing. You put your picture, your stupid words wherever you want to put them. This is going to be awesome. You guys do it. And like, he just went back and there was never a sense of, I feel like this might be just me. Other people will disagree, obviously. It's not like he's not an amazing Avengers artist. Definitely one of the 3 or 4 best ever Avengers artists. But I strongly associate his art style with wonder and sort of the larger than life without seeming cartoony. The sort of large, it's almost like he was drawing Greek myths, which is why I think he's a perfect mix for Wonder Woman. You just knew you were going to have one of these giant Star Wars Clash of the Titans. Just like, here we go. Like, no one's hiring George Perez to draw Peter Parker sitting in a diner whining about his life, right? No one wants to, I mean, George can do it, And all the quiet moments are absolutely perfectly executed. Very lovely. You believe it. It's great. But he's not here for that, and neither are we.
Yeah.
Right? We're here for Starfire and Blackfire smacking each other around over Manhattan for no damn reason. Rah!
Personal favorite, I would say, would be his Wonder Woman run. When he redid Wonder Woman after Crisis on Infinite Earth, and I don't want to say a darker turn, but I would say a more realistic turn about how with using Greek mythology and wars and everything like that, and what really establishing Wonder Woman as a warrior. That was something else.
Oh God! Well, I think I'm thinking of like his run on the Titans. I mean, that's sort of like the classic. I think I can't think of any specific issue. I mean, it's interesting when I think of George's work. I sort of think of it as a gestalt, in a way. I mean, I think if you were to show me certain images, I could respond to each one, but it's like nothing is sort of hitting me right now. It's just, it's like this powerful, Georgeness. I keep using like taking nouns and adding ness to them,
Probably the Wonder Woman stuff. I do love the Titan stuff a lot. I mean, primarily that was my first discovery of his work, and discovered other things he had done prior to that. But I think I like the Wonder Woman work because we got to see him be fully realized, because he got to be in the driver's seat more.
He was also the writer.
Yeah, exactly. And he, it felt like, to me, when I was reading that, I liked Wonder Woman comics before that, but it felt like that changed my view of what that character could potentially be, and maybe appreciate older Wonder Woman comics from before him even more so, because of what he was able to do and bring to the table in terms of making it feel like this, mythical fable, that like the great myths. It felt like that when you're reading that stuff. Yeah, I got those omnibuses too.
Well, that was one that we did together. It was, I guess, in the 80s after I had done that Wonder Woman 4-parter, and he took over after that. I don't remember which book it was for, but we did this full page where he did half the page, the bottom part, and I did the top part. And he very, very kindly let me have the entire page, and it was just brilliant.
I remember when Wonder Woman #1 came out. So this was just after Man of Steel and just after Dark Knight Returns. Like, DC was sort of like doing that sort of, no backstory needed reboots of all these characters. And I mean, his Wonder Woman was out of this world. Like, it just, it was like, without being sort of like a pinup girl, she was sort of powerful. She was sort of, awesome. She was legendary. And it was like his style of storytelling and his sort of like visual world building that made you go like, oh yeah, this island is a real place. These Amazons are real, people, and how it sort of felt like, it felt more grounded. It felt more like a real place than it ever had before, to like a teenage reader.
What is George Perez's legacy in comics?
His incredible body of work. He just did a great body of work.
I think that's a difficult question because, I mean, in terms of his work, he's covered so many different important runs of things. I mean, Crisis is probably the most, in some ways, maybe the most technically impressive because of like the number of characters and the sheer, scope of that work. It might be Teen Titans. and the legacy there being, you know, presenting heroes with a level of humanity and empathy that we hadn't seen before, you know, and I think that's why a lot of people responded to that work, because, you know, he was so good at making you just accept and fall in love with these characters, you know. So it's, you know, there's people always talk about, you know, bringing characters to life, and he was, you know, he's one of the best to do it.
Well, yeah. One thing I thought would be interesting to share is I'm a big fan of Jack Cole, and you know, you wouldn't think that a lot of people of our generation, George's and mine, are, you know, would be directly connected with someone from the golden age of comics, but I found this connection with Perez and Jack Cole. I remember looking at Cole's work at one point, and he would do these diagrams of how he cartooned, and they were sort of how-to cartoon. And he would take shapes. So he, you know, like say a peanut shape or a pear shape, and he would draw that oval or that shape out, and then find a face in it. You know, it would become a unique head shape. And this was one, you know, and he would do it with triangles and squares and rectangles, but he would say this is how one way of getting out of just doing one head over and over. And the connection with George is interesting because George comes from a different world than I do. You know, I didn't really study his work or anything, but I remember reading once the same sort of thing. George was talking about how he created characters, and he would do diagrams very carefully of the faces and heads, including the head shape. And what his goal was, he wanted his characters to be distinct, right? Each one is a distinctive character, right? They're all different, they're all unique. And so he would give them a unique head shape, but he was such a professional. He would figure out that, you know, he'd graph out the face, and the eyes of this woman or this guy would be so high on the, you know, within the face and so far apart. The nose width would be different, the length of the nose, that sort of thing. All artists try to make their characters unique, but there's a cliche in comics and among artists in general, but you know, you draw women and there's certain guys that will draw the same woman and they'll just throw different wigs on them to make them different characters. George Perez didn't do that. He made them unique shapes, and he wanted them to be recognizable in a silhouette from a distance. You'll know who that character is. And I thought that was pretty brilliant. That's a craftsman. That's a guy dedicated to what he was doing at a level that may just be a little bit beyond most of his contemporaries.
Consistency, I would think, of quality of work.
Yeah, just, I mean, his overall legacy is just the amount of influence he's had on what is considered classic, classic. I hate to put it into genre terms, but you know, he worked so much in superheroes that you can't help but look at it through that lens.
That's what he liked drawing.
Yeah, you know, that classic. He had such an influence on what we consider quality superhero comics illustration. You know, that's never going to disappear. I mean, that's always going to be there. Just like Neil Adams, same thing with Neil Adams or Jack Kirby. It's in the same space as those other talents, even though they're so distinctly diverse from each other. The long-term impact is really obvious, and it's going to remain that way. You know, think about his other older works, like, you know, some of the stuff he did for Marvel. I mean, some of my favorite comics from Marvel when I was reading a lot of Marvel comics when I was growing up is like the stuff he did on Avengers. I mean, incredible. One of my favorite Black Widow stories drawn by George Perez. I bought the omnibus of that, you know, that has that story in it. I think one of the things that people will continue to rediscover him, over long periods of time, is hopefully publishers are smart and they keep reprinting his material.
Yeah.
When are we going to get the omnibus of the George Perez Avengers period? That kind of stuff. There's some more things to look forward to rediscover and re-enjoy of what he brought to the table.
Yeah, he's obviously a phenomenal draftsman. A lot of these comic book artists of the day now, I think they grew up just reading and drawing comics. Like me, I taught myself to draw because of comic books. But George is of that generation that's between the Image era and the Neil Adams era. There's the John Byrne, George, Walt Simonson. They're all of a piece, and all of them clearly took anatomy classes. All of them know how to draw and paint in the classical style, and it's in their work that you can see that. George's architectural designs, like some of those weird 3D pieces wherever you went to Olympus, and Olympus is like a freaking MC Escher drawing, but it's not. MC Escher worked in grayscale, and usually there's one or two moving pieces in this weird design. George had people and dragons and weird stuff in the background, and still it was an MC Escher drawing at the same time.
Before I even really knew what MC Escher was, I mean, I think I was pretty young when I was probably 13 or something when it came out. And so maybe I knew what MC Escher was, but like, it was probably the first time I'd ever seen it. I was like, George Perez, created all this.
You can't do that unless you have real fine art training, like real architectural skill. And it was a pleasure to, I don't feel like I look at George Perez work. I feel like I behold it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, let us take a moment and behold this beauty. You know what I mean? Like, and yet it's you're never not in the art. You're never not in the story. Another thing that's overlooked with comic books in specific is the panels in themselves. This is a story. It's not a static piece of art. So there's a subtle aspect of making comics, which is composition of page. When do I do a pinup and not? What part of the scene am I focusing on, regardless of what the idiot writer wrote? Like, sometimes the writer's got the wrong idea. Like, how soft is this moment? How dark is this moment? I don't know that I just go back and look at his page progressions, not later Perez, beginning and middle Perez, when he was just, before he settled into a clean style that he could just do. Like, it's a thing of beauty. It's just a thing of beauty. There's characters I don't know that, there's no character he can't draw, but I don't need to see George Perez as Batman.
Yeah.
Right? Because Batman is not a character who's operating theater. The landscape in which he operates does not serve George Perez's style. He can do it and it'll look great, but it's all dark. It's all shadows.
Silhouettes.
Right, it's silhouettes and brooding. And I'm like, George is out there having fun and you're having fun with him. There is George's comics are a party. George's comics are a party that you're invited to. And every time George says, all right, I'm having a party this Friday, everyone shows the hell up. That is George Perez artwork.
Everyone's invited.
Everyone's invited. Everyone has fun. Guaranteed. And then you look at the after party and go, oh my God, he had the cool sound system that nobody knew existed. And he actually had the actual band show up. That wasn't just recording. They were actually here. Like, that's the party George throws with his art, And as a kid, as a young adult, he was a I mean, there are a couple of artists now that obviously Jamal Igle, Phil Jimenez.
Yeah, Phil Jimenez especially.
Clearly hard influence of George Perez, yes. But he was one of those guys for me. It would never even attempt to emulate a George Perez drawing. To me, like I wouldn't even try. Like it just would never even occur to me to try to draw like that. I'd be like, can I just sit here and bask in the glory? I'm not going to try and copy any of this. There's no possibility that I'm going to get any of it. So can I just enjoy it? And he's one of those guys that gets to be called Perez. and everyone knows who you're talking about.
Yeah.
There's been a couple other people whose last names are Perez in the comic book industry, but if I say, "Did you see that Perez art?" No one's thinking about those other people.
Oh man. Joy. I mean, obviously there's like people like like Stanley obviously has I haven't really thought of this way before, but I mean, he is one of the greatest ambassadors for comics after Stanley. He's like the guy who kind of like took off that Infinity Gauntlet and brought joy to American comics in a way that nobody else really could. I'm just going to mention George Perez is really beloved in the American kink community. So like he'll do some type bondage stuff, and obviously Wonder Woman has a huge history of some bondage imagery from its very first origins with like the Amazon signing each other up. And George Perez is comfortable with this, but when he got his chance to do Wonder Woman, he did not put that into it as as an element, because that's not the Wonder Woman that was needed in the 1980s. Yeah, he's a guy who knows how to bring the joy to any character he draws, any story he tells. And this is a thing, like I appreciate this because it's something I try to do. I'll never be as good at it as George, but he knows he can read an era and see what comic book they need and what story he needs to tell with each character in a way that very few other people in comics can.
Like, he does really span generations. And even some of the younger readers today, they still see his artwork as like just definitive of North American comic art.
Whenever I saw George, it was like I always felt like as much as I felt like I was enjoying what I was doing and happy or content to whatever extent I could feel contentment or satisfaction with what I was doing in terms of my work or anything else. Or even to the extent I felt like I was living my life to the fullest I could. It's like when I would see George, it was a Spinal Tap moment for me. It was like, George was there doing it. Like, he literally was taking it all to 11, I mean, his love for his wife and for, what she was doing. And I think I also remember when he had to give up, the art because of his eyesight.
Yeah.
And it was sort of like, he handled that with such like amazing sort of grace. It's like, I think I don't think I could. It'd be like, so I always felt like he just was like, he was more of an influence, as I had said earlier, in terms of how to be as a person, and as a human being. And there's an artistry in that,
Yeah, George, George was that sort of, because when I was just starting to draw and notice names of creators, like that's when he was sort of like, royalty. He's been royalty forever, but like he was sort of like him and John Byrne and like all these other artists that were there, and he was sort of like this sort of urtext of like the perfect sort of like proportions, the perfect sort of rendering, the perfect I don't know, that sort of perfect Byrne Hogarth like sort of heroic ideal that I didn't even ever approach. I was like, you guys can have it, Gene Ha or whatever, people of my generation who would sort of like, graft onto that. But I was like, I like it. I like that it's over there. I'm going to be over here doing my thing,
Immeasurable. I think it comes back to what we talked about earlier. I don't think there's an artist working in comics that is not consciously or subconsciously influenced by George Perez. And I think one of the other things that's so impressive about George is he's one of the few people in the industry no one can say a bad thing about him, which is incredible.
You know, it's like I've never met George personally, but I've seen him interact with people many, many times. And everyone walks away from being George Perez just very happy, you know, just gentleman George, you know, I mean, just a great guy who really, my impression has always been goes out of his way to spread positivity and things like that. Consummate professional. So personally, that professionally, again, I don't think you're going to meet an artist for several generations that are not going to be impacted by the influence of his work. I'm glad that people are like the Justice League Avengers book that's now being reprinted. You know, they're doing that limited print run of 7,000. I think and hope they're doing that just to be able to meet the initial print run to get it out to people while George is here. But I hope people now can go back, and I hope everything. George Perez is a guy that almost everything he's ever done should be reprinted, just so people can study it. You know, artists can study it, and writers can study it as well. You know, his visual storytelling and things like that. You know, the Wonder Woman stuff and all the stuff he's done. Yeah, I think his impact and his legacy is going to be immeasurable for forever, for as long as the industry, the medium, exists.
I think that his legacy is going to be one of hard work, because now that I've been doing this job for 20 years, I can look at one of these pages and see how much effort, work, and iron ethics are devoted to this kind of job. And I think it's going to leave a legacy of somebody that is beyond the necessity of looking like the best in the business and just wanting to put everything that he has into a story. George, to me, is the example of that. You know, he never, for one moment, I never saw a single panel drawn by George Perez that said, look how good I am. Look how insanely detailed I am. Because every panel was like that. That was the way he saw things. That was the way he drew things. And if once you see something like that, it just motivates. I think it's going to motivate artists for generations to come.
When you look at George's work and how it influenced your style, what is the main thing from his work that you say that you take?
Probably, I don't fear detail like I should, because once you see what George did for his entire career, you realize that it's possible. It is possible to draw a very detailed background and still pull off an insane action pose in the foreground. Not taking shortcuts, not sacrificing a single square inch of the story just to say, doesn't matter. Everything matters. And the thing that I'm going to carry with me forever is the knowledge that you can do a good job and still be a very, very humble and kind human being to others, especially to those that want to do your same job one day.
As an artist and a creator myself, his style isn't an influence on me like directly, right? Like the way that he approaches making art is completely different from what I do. I don't have that touch of holiness that he does with his pencil, but his dedication to his craft and his dedication to continuing to grow as an artist is an indelible influence for sure.
Yeah, it's not even that the first Avengers run is bad. It's still really good. It's just that the 98 Avengers run is like, what the hell?
Yeah. Oh man, like the famous page from the Ultron arc when Thor comes through the wall and says, "Ultron, I will have we would have words with thee," right? Like, oh, my hairs are standing up right now just thinking about it. And it's the kind of thing that, like, really shows to like how superior of an art form comics can be, with like the tens of millions of dollars that were spent on those Avengers movies. Did any of them really capture the wonder and the magnificence of what George Perez was doing in the comics? I don't think so. And that shows just what a powerhouse of a creator that he is, that he can elevate an entire art form.
That second issue where he redrew everyone in medieval costumes.
Oh,
was what did you just do?
Yeah, for one issue.
This was completely unnecessary.
Total madman.
So
how would you say George, working with George, or just reading George, how would you say he's affected your work personally?
Affected my work? Well, I don't know if he's affected my work. He certainly helped create some that I'm very proud of. It spoils you because you start thinking you can cram the entire suitcase worth of concepts into a single page, because you hand that off to George, he's like, okay. and I'll add this.
Yeah.
But I would say the combination of George and Marv, and I can't underestimate, that's the wrong word. There is George and there is Marv, and there's the combination of George and Marv playing so beautifully off each other and sort of elevating the idea of storytelling in between them and characterization in between them. They taught me how much it is possible to have your characters act in a lively way, to have a full personality. And God bless that man for creating more than one body type for women, because that used to be the thing that ticked me off the most, is like all the women were plastic Barbie dolls and built on exactly the same semi-idealized, poorly thought out and observed model. And so it was nice to see different archetypes used as the base forms.
You think he actually, this is going to sound terrible, but he actually probably knew real women.
And has observed real women and can distinguish between observations of real women. And that's, and not that everybody else hasn't, but too often what happens with comic artists is that they're men, they know men, so the males are characters, and they look upon females as one step removed, so they don't make them a person, they make them a idealized object, sometimes a beloved idealized object, as opposed to in any way derogatory, but there's that remove. They're not human. They don't person them. They elevate them.
That was a huge thing, right? Because the run of Teen Titans that he had with Marv, the women were the strongest characters on that team, and Kid Flash.
Exactly. And there had been strong women before, and there had been artists that distinguished between body types before, but it was a really nice combination of, they were all youthful and powerful and interesting and had lives. And I think partly there, a lot of comics would deal with the daytime and then the secret identity. They included a lot of kind of ordinary life, ordinary worry. But it's just a really energizing combination of the two, that they were able to put so much personality into all the characters and different kinds of relationships. That's one of the things that drives me crazy, is when you're trying to deal with a complicated social environment in a story. Everyone doesn't like everyone else equally. They're not all just bands of best friends or couples. Sometimes your best friend's best friend is somebody you don't want to be around, or just don't care about. And so they had a sense of the different kinds of relationships people can have, the different values they give each other.
He's one of the greats. I mean, he's one of the guys that when people talk about comics, they're gonna pull out George Perez books and show them to people.
I mean, come on, he's a monster. He was a monster. Still is. He also some artists, it's the truth, actors, musicians, whatever, as they age, their skill set wanes. His physicality waned in that he didn't have the strength to, push it like that, as he did when he was in his 20s or 30s or whatever. But the finished results were never anything less than perfect.
Yeah.
And that's not an easy trick to pull off. I mean, I don't know him personally. I never met him. I never even met him at a convention or anything. But he definitely left a mark on me. Let me put it like that. There's no me without George Perez.
He drew the Thanos snap. Everyone knows something he's done. Literally
Right.
everyone knows something he's done.
Yeah. It's like a pop culture thing, and it's funny. I remember years ago going to a very small dealer-only comic book show. It was like a hotel lobby show, right? You go in and there's maybe like 40 or 50 vendors in there. A lot of times just store owners and people that have private collections that they're selling stuff out of. And this had to be probably 15 years ago. And the giveaway book when you came in was Infinity Gauntlet #1. And I remember they had a pile of them. And I had a copy already because, it's a book that a lot of people had, and it's a cool book, and I was like, I don't need one. It's cool, But again, and I say that only because it's a George Perez superhero book. Everyone, even if you don't collect superhero books, you have a George Perez thing.
Yeah.
And and now for the Thanos snap that he did to be part of pop culture. And again, when you go back and look at the original panel, the negative space, when it wouldn't, they reversed the negative on that. Oh my gosh.
It's beautiful.
And again, I don't know if that was him or who conceptualized that, but again, just so good. And again, drawing the Infinity Gauntlet, 5,000 heroes or whatever in that book, and it just looks seamless. And some of the stuff he drew,
And the cover to #1.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah. Just effortless. He's a master. And like all masters can do, they make it look effortless and how good they are and how easy it is to take for granted that to do comics like that, Yeah, just incredible.
He's one of the defining artists of the 1980s, certainly. How would one put it? His comfort with detail, with bringing massive visual information into stories, whether set in space, set in an alternate reality, or just an army of people in the same room, but yet each one with a defined body language and expression that was individual, different body shape in most cases, set a very high standard. The 80s is a time when mainstream superhero comics were moving from an approach of house looks to more comfort with personal style. And that was then a period of kind of argument's the wrong word, but a stylistic argument between the artists who believed in a very clean, slick look for everything they were doing, influenced primarily by the cartooning side. John Byrne would be one of the high-scoring examples of that. And the artists who were influenced by illustration, still following in, you would argue, Neil Adams' model in there. And George is really an interesting voice in between, where the line is sharp, but the people are enormously realistic in how they move and how they react, but they're not drawn in that anatomy-laden style. It still comes out of a world of cartooning. It's an interesting synthesis.
It's interesting because I've never met him, and I didn't follow him closely, like on Twitter or whatever, until relatively recently. And I think from everything that I read and all the outpouring of emotion and the photos that you see and the, you know, the people that he's interacting with now, I think that his legacy is going to be the kind of kindness that he brought to all the other creators that knew him and worked with him, right? It just seemed like he was, and again, I've never met him, right? But it just seemed like he was a very empathetic and compassionate person. And he is a very empathetic and compassionate person. And I think hopefully that will be his legacy, that people will remember that you can be, you know, a super talented creator and also care about, you know, all the people around you, right? And I think that sometimes gets lost, that people look at, you know, the whole auteur mindset of like, you know, you're out for your art and your art is number one, and the people around you are, you know, are ancillary. And it doesn't sound like that's the type of relationship he had with anybody. So I for somehow in a weird way, I feel poorer for have never met him because of all that, right? From a kind of industry standpoint and kind of a talent standpoint, I do think that there's a handful of people you can point to that say, you know, they really brought humanity to something like superhero comic books, which could be so big and bombastic. And certainly, you know, you could say that about Jim Lee with the characters that he wrote, and humanized the characters and gave Peter Parker problems that, you know, teenagers could relate to. I think looking at the way that, you know, George, again, like we were talking about with the Teen Titans, the way that he realized those characters, he made them feel human and vulnerable, and, you know, they could be bigger in life and human all at the same time, right? You could imagine yourself being in their company, and you know, I wanted to go live in the tower.
Yeah. In terms of your clashing styles, I've always thought of you as like the exemplary out of the box artist, and I've always thought of George as the box. So yeah.
I can understand that. And and I think that there was a pragmatism to how he approached it, you know. But the thing that the main thing is that as much of in the boxness, if there is such a phrase, that his work sort of seems to, you know, embody, he was like the most out of the box emotionally, you know. It was like big and, you know, wide and expansive and embracing, you know. So I think he somehow managed to take all of that bigness and sort of distill it down into the, you know, the panels, because his panels were I mean, they were full. They were full of stuff. It's like, you know, we used to joke about, you know, negative, because I love the idea of negative space, you know, and I think George somehow, it was almost like, you know, negative space. Why would I have any use for it?
There's stuff here I can still fill in.
That's exactly. And it was funny, you know, to both of us.
A lot, I guess. And for those that don't know, I tried to emulate his art with all the Skyworld covers that Mervin and I made. It was, of course, later on influenced by Jim Lee and Wills, no? But then when you go back, I think I may have been trying to emulate George's work. How do you call this? In the back of my mind, it's always been there, because the layouts of all these characters that fit into 2 splash pages.
Yeah.
Right? It's 2 11 by 17 pages, and then you have all these characters, and that would always amaze me. And I try to do that as well as in the interior pages of Skyworld, from what I remember. So yeah, I mean, of course, that's how I guess he influenced my art as well. I put up until today, when I try to do, you know, commission artwork or a simple comic book page. In fact, I remember some of my writers telling me, Ian, there are too many characters in there. Maybe you could spread them out in 4 more pages. But then, but you know, I love looking at all the details with all the corners, and looking back, that's what I loved it from George's art.
Yeah.
Look at every corner, and then there's something to look at. So yeah.
Well, I think for a lot of people,
when you close your eyes and you think about a lot of the characters that he's worked on, it's his drawings that you see in your mind. And I think a lot of it is because he does create such great interior lives for the characters. So I think that's his legacy. His legacy is that he took superheroes and made them into human beings, that he made them into people that we relate to, and that we think of as not only as superheroes, not only as icons, but as actual people.
Well, no matter what he draws, no matter what the subject, he's a very, very good artist and storyteller. He's really got it, you know?
Yeah.
I still don't like superheroes, except for Wonder Woman. She doesn't count. But he's just excellent at what he does.
Well, I think it harkened back to what I said earlier. I think George Perez is the role model for someone who loves his work, loves his fans, and loved and expressed it, every aspect of it. I mean, when I first met him, I had like a big Crisis poster, like one of the free retail posters of Crisis, and I wanted that signed more so than any of the comics, because it was my first convention and he was there. So I brought it and he signed it, and then he talked to me for like 15, huge lineup. He talked to me about drawing all the characters in the poster, and he was really happy I brought the poster. And I'm sure he signed hundreds of thousands of those posters, but he just got so exuberant. And that's my first exposure to George. And Kyle Baker's sitting next to him, drawing the Hamburglar on a styrofoam McDonald's thing for a fan. And he stopped and he starts listening to George talk about the story because he just wanted to hear George talk. Years later, I met George as a fan, and I was terrible, but he was incredibly exuberant about my work. He gave me this unasked for credit that helped a lot. Then even years later, and I didn't meet him enough for me to stick in his memory. I think I met him maybe a half dozen times over 20 years. But later on, when cosplay started really becoming a thing.
Oh, he loves that.
Oh my God. He was the first pro, like Leonard Kirk does this too. Leonard Kirk's another guy who loves comics and loves his fans. And I'm really happy, about getting to work with Leonard. But George Perez was the first guy I saw over the top enthusiastic about anyone in a costume. And taking pictures with them and hamming it up with them and doing whatever the fans wanted. Like, can you carry me like Superman carried Supergirl? I'll try. So yeah, George's legacy, he's the role model for someone who lived and loved comics.
Well, I mean, the way he influenced it was making me just only want to do superhero comics. I mean, I now do art that's not superhero stuff, but everything I do, it's got that kind of dynamic attention to detail and stuff that that I learned by spending 10 years of my life trying to draw like George Perez.
I think for superhero fans, stuff like Avengers Forever, The Crisis on Infinite Earths, all that kind of, these amazing, team ups of superheroes, and of course his work with Marv Wolfman on Teen Titans, etc. He's sort of someone who embraced superheroes in a way I don't think anyone else comes close in terms of, teaming them up, and including as many as possible. It's almost like, the ultimate kid fantasy of like, I want to see every superhero ever in one big story. And George brought that sort of childish sense of wonder with a very sophisticated drawing style, and made it real, and in turn, made the audience feel like kids again, and thrilled to see these characters meeting each other, and it wasn't just so many other artists would run away from, drawing more than a few superheroes. He really just enjoyed it. And you could see in each character, he was, influenced by maybe the artists that were most associated with those characters. He wasn't just, generically drawing them all in his own style. He put a lot of thought into how he, interpreted each one of those countless characters.
Wow. Wow. He's like Kirby level. He was like, in my mind, he came in, he's between Kirby and all of the 80s artists that we know that influenced all the image people. So I guess Michael Golden was around at the same time, but I don't know. I think George has had a larger impact. And the stories that he worked on, and I guess that's because it's Marv Wolfman or him, both of them, just top-notch stories. So, or stories that influence a bunch of comics now that I don't even think they realize that it came from stuff that they had done.
I met him in Spain originally.
Yeah.
Not in the United States convention. And we were hanging out, and they had this this giant, in the center of this citywide festival. They had this statue of a giant pile of books, 2 stories high, and a almost 2-story tall Supergirl climbing it in a short red skirt. And we both thought that was kind of hilarious. And that's how I got in my discussion of asking George about his work on Wonder Woman. And it's like, why he didn't include any of the things of Amazons tying each other up and chasing each other in fields and dressing up in furry costumes. And he's just like, that's not the story we needed to tell at that point. I love that stuff, but he understands every character that he does so well. And I mean, George Perez work will always look like George Perez, but the story he tells is really distinctive for each one. I mean, that's not like the fact that he could do such Joy of Wonder Woman and also with Infinity Crisis just have this building tension. And from the artwork I've seen, though I haven't read in the Infinity Gauntlet, I mean, just a story of rage and desperation and stuff like that in a different way. I don't know a lot of other artists who have that kind of emotional range the way he does, where most American superhero comic book artists can, of course, do the angry pinup shot, of course,
and
a few other things, but then they don't have the range to just bring that pure joy the way that that George Perez does. I mean, there's also, of course, the artists who do a much cutesier styles, but then they can't do the kind of the rage and the anger and all that type of stuff and the desperation as well as he does. I mean, like Darwin Cook was a legendary talent there, but even he, I don't think, had the same emotional range that George Perez does, which combined with the fact that George Perez was doing this with some of the most detailed work done on a monthly basis ever. I can draw something at almost the level of George Perez when he's not going crazy, but I can't do it monthly. I can't even get close to doing that monthly.
I mean, I think that he's this, he's this guy who sort of, again, like I said, it's like his artwork is sort of unimpeachable. It's gorgeous. It's this totally consistent style. It's this totally consistent world. It's got this visual world building to it. But then also him as a person, like, everything that I've ever seen is just, engaging with everybody who likes him. He's sort of been this comic book royalty for 40 years, like he's, as far as I can understand, is completely delightful to everybody. And, and sort of has influenced a generation of, it's 2 generations, 3 generations of artists, to do that style of work, it isn't like it was 40 years ago when like that's everybody who was doing comics. Like that's a sliver of people who were doing comics is superhero stuff. But I mean that, he's got that lock on all those creators. It's an incredible legacy.
It cannot be erased. Mark, that cannot be erased. Period. Which is a thing I would like to have myself when I'm finally doing other things or finally, getting to a point where I'm saying I'm done. I would like to be able to say that I did a certain amount of work in the industry. I told the story. I own my corner of that planet, and I could just go off and do my own thing and have a legacy behind it. So he's going to have a serious legacy. With him, it's his job well done.
It's funny because in many ways, his approach, or what I perceive
art is very different from mine. And yet, I think what I'm most inspired by is the way he thinks about the reader. You know, what he's giving in his pages. You know, he's always doing 100% of what he feels, you know, would be interesting or exciting to the reader. And there's a respect for the reader that I try to maintain, you know, throughout all my work. You know, this idea that, you know, here's someone who has, you know, paid good money to read this comic, is giving you their time, and that deserves your best work. And that's something I've always felt reading George's work, and I hope that comes through in mine.
It does.
Well, it's so funny because if George only did Crisis, or if George only did the New Teen Titans, or if George only did, you know, his 3 runs on Avengers, and you kind of go down the line, or if George only did this, like, his legacy is doing so many different runs that would be career defining runs for any artist on their own. And yet he's got multiple of those. You know, he's the one who kickstarted the Korvac saga. And I think even now, you know, decades later, we all sort of lament the fact that Dave Wenzel did a great job ending that saga, but man, imagine that final issue with the fight with all the Avengers and Korvac drawn by George Perez. Like, how great that would that have been? And so his legacy is just a guy that never cheated the reader. You know, every character, you look at his covers, every character had different body language, had different facial structures.
Even 2 different Supermen.
Oh my God, yeah. Even when you look at Raven, you know, and I don't know how much of Raven and the Teen Titans was a style that, or a thing that George, you know, changed along the way, and then Marv kind of retroactively fit a storyline to show that she was changed from this soft-faced teenager to like this hardened kind of demon daughter sort of thing. But you look over the years and like he subtly changed her in ways that you'd only recognize later, you know, and you sort of recognize his brilliance even on those kind of details later on. And so I don't know, his legacy is a guy that has never cheated the fans, whether it be through his work or through his willingness to give them his all at conventions. You know, his line was never short. You know, it was always just overrun with fans, and yet George always had time for them. He never seemed to outwardly get tired or to get hungry or have to go to the bathroom the way the rest of us kind of, you know, get hit by at conventions. And so he's just a guy who never disappointed his audience in every way that he could sort of live up to what we expected of him and more.
I knew about him even before the rock stars of Image came along. To me, he was more than just the splash page artist. I think he was my unintentional teacher. And I guess he was also that to a lot of artists during that time. Even back then, there wasn't really the internet. We had Wizard Magazine, and I would read about him a lot in Wizard Magazine, together with other articles of other artists I would follow. And that's where I found out or knew about how his struggles were and how he was heavily criticized before by other, how do you say halige in English, by other pillars of the comic book community. And looking back to what I remember from reading about his struggles as a budding artist, when people would criticize, you know, his anatomy, his perspective, stuff like that, he would always come back and now look at him now. I mean, look at where he's gotten. I mean, I think he for artists like me and other artists that are already, you know, big in the comic book community around the world, he's a shining example of perseverance.
Yeah, he never took criticism like offensively.
Yeah, man. It was always a building block for him, I guess.
That's a much better man than I am. What did you think?
All of us, I would say, than a lot of us.
Well, what I think George did was to, Here Comes Everybody comics have always had their place in comics, whether it's the Justice Society or the Justice League or the Avengers. But I think George took that concept and kind of put it on steroids, to put all these characters in with all their detail in every panel to absolutely, thrill any fanboy who loved that, your favorite characters all in one place together. That sense of a superheroic world and universe, I think, was what sticks with me.
Let's see. There's a couple of ways we can go. One of them is Crisis on Infinite Earths and Infinity Gauntlet. I would say it's like probably the big 1-2 punch. So he's one of the greatest Marvel and one of the greatest DC artists. But I would also go on to say he's one of the comic creators who just it actually really feels like he enjoyed his craft and he appreciated and loved his fans, and was a very good, just an incredibly influential and an important person. And without him, I don't know if I would have been so heavy into comics. It was so nice to kind of through his art, not like I never had issues with my sister, but I mean, through enjoying him as my first favorite artist, along with my sister, was just so fun.
Well, I think he's just one of the best storytellers in business, and I was only half joking about the army of characters. The fact he's able to do such complex storylines and make it all super clear, I think he really started doing that, in the aforementioned Avengers, but he really came into his own, obviously, on New Teen Titans and then Crisis. Very few people, I think, if there's a negative side to Lex Z, is too many people try to do George Perez without being George Perez, and the fact no one can do it as well as he does, sort of shows you what a unique talent he is.
He's a beast. This guy's a beast. He's in the pantheon. I sometimes feel like George would put a cast of thousands in, whether I told him it was only a squad or not. Right? But wouldn't there be a lot of people, says George, right? It's a city. Wouldn't there be a lot of people in the background just having a day? You don't need to draw all that, George. I know, but I've been to Manhattan and it's full of people. So shouldn't this whole street be full of people? I mean, yes, but I'm not asking you to draw that, Mr. Perez. That's on you. That decision is yours to make. But he must have known he was breaking the souls of all those inkers all those years. And what's really irritating, when he inks his own work, it looks better. His art is George inking Perez is the best George Perez art. There is no inker that on his work that's as good as he is on his work. And he's worked with some of the finest inkers in the business.
Yeah, Nick Giordano, Jerry Ordway.
Yeah, freaking Romeo Tangal,
Carl Kesel.
Hell yes.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a monster. He's just a fucking monster. What if Godzilla was your friend?
I don't know. Maybe. I certainly can't match his level of compositional detail. I just don't know how he could do that. I struggle so much with multiple character scenes where he seems to just thrive in that.
Echo Lens is all multiple character scenes.
I know, and it's not done as well as he can do it.
I don't think anyone can do Echo Lens but you. So
I always find it hard to do that stuff, and he seemed to be so good at it. I think it almost seemed to me, looking at it, it was like second nature for him to be able to do that kind of crazy compositional stuff. But I'd say in terms of influence, it might be what was fascinating about his stuff, that he made you believe more so than some of the artists that came before him when dealing with compositional images that were completely unrealistic in their sense of perspective or what's happening in the shot. Because the way he could draw the figures, he made you believe that even though these characters seem to be stacked on top of each other, you still buy into the shot. Like he was really good at making different panels work because they had to. The storytelling had to be there, so the shot had to be this. So the perspective of what's happening right here might not match the perspective of over here, but he made you believe that they did relate. I see myself doing that a lot in my stuff because I kind of have to. I have to sort of like occasionally divorce myself from what a real what that image would look like in real life and say, no, this has to happen because the story is saying this has to happen.
Mhm.
So I find myself doing that. I might have gotten better at that because of being a George Perez fan, because he was so good at that. There's a previous comic artists before him that would do the same thing, but there was something about the way he did it that made you buy into it more, I guess.
Wow. I think getting back to that word joy and wow, I'm sorry, I'm like it's it's like I'm kind of like fighting off like emotions here, but it's like at the same time I'm also the fact that it's sort of like that he's like he's bigger than in a weird way, he's bigger than the medium, how he lived and and what he did for fans and for other pros. It's like was so, the magnitude of it was so amazing that it almost like it takes his amazing body of work and almost turns it into a footnote. It's like he did all this amazing work, and yet who he is as a person, how he lived his life, it's like the embrace of the fans and of other professionals and colleagues. It's like, to me, that's like a part of his artistry. To me, that's really kind of what he brings to it. I think his legacy will be that also that element of joy. It's like that we can love what we do, and it's okay. We don't have to nail our hands to our foreheads. And believe me, it's like if anybody knows about nailing hands to the forehead, it's me. About doing art. And George was just like, I get to draw comics and characters I love, and it's like, and that's great.
Yeah.
So, and yeah, it is. It really is. And George is like, he's like the embodiment of that, of just like no holds barred, just enjoyment, living life to the fullest. And he has absolutely done that. I mean, whenever I would see him, it was like, I mean, I was at the memorial for Stan Lee in Los Angeles. Kevin Smith was interviewing a number of people. Everybody would sort of come up and sit center stage and at different times. And I think it was presented to me that Kevin was going to interview me solo. And when I got on the stage, there was Marv Wolfman and George. And I was like, oh my God, I hadn't seen George in a while. And it was like, it's that old thing about picking right up where you left off. It was like, we hadn't seen each other, and it was just like, an embrace. Because it's like walking into the warmth of the sun, It's like just this big bear hug, emotionally and in reality. And I haven't seen him since, I don't know if I saw him anytime since that point, but I'm hoping to see him. I mean, he was out here in Los Angeles a few months ago, maybe, or whatever. And then I think after it had happened, I saw some of the pictures posted, and I was like, I wish I'd known about it, because I would have loved to have, I mean, very few things can get me out of the studio, when I'm working like that. And that certainly, if I'd known he was in town, I would have.
I think it was a DC thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they were under, like, I think that might have just been for people who worked at the offices, but yeah, so, but again, that was, anytime I would see George, it was literally like that level of energy and picking up where we left off. And what was interesting is that you could see, especially if it was at a convention, you could see all of the fans and, wanting to be part of it. It's like, oh, Love Fest, we want in.
I think George established a level of detail and concentration that previous to him had not been achieved. And I also think, and this is completely a theory, but I can't back it up, that the reason people like Arthur Adams and Travis Schwartz, or whatever his name is, they all had to compete with George. I think they all decided, I'm going to outdo George. I'm going to put in more stuff and more stuff. But George, there's an artist and there's a craftsman. The artist is the one that comes up with it first. The craftsman is the one who may make it even better. But the artist came up with it first. And I think George's love of multiple characters and the world and the environment and how solid that world had to be around them is what distinguished George from a lot of other people, and may have, like I said, influenced Byrne to do simultaneous things. You couldn't say Gil Kane did that. Gil Kane was fantastic, but it's not like he got that much detail into his backgrounds and so forth and so on. So I think George said to everybody without necessarily meaning to, he threw his gauntlet down and said, okay, you try.
In some respects, he's unapproachable, and his detail and his compositions are so good that it kind of goes into the realm of the art is so pretty, it hampers my ability just to read it like a simple story. So that I can understand, because I'll look at George's pages because he puts in all this beauty, and I stop and I'm not reading the story any longer.
It really is. I think this is what really kind of sets him apart, is that he creates he creates more of the world in his mind than he actually uses on the page. So that when he does have Superman's flying slightly differently, or he does have different versions of the characters, you feel like you're just getting the tip of the iceberg of this universe he's created in his mind, these characters inhabit.
George's legacy in comics, I think that he was able to show us how epic comics can be. I can't help but think of, and I don't know if it's a fair comparison, of how Alex Ross changed the game when he came in with Marvels and Kingdom Come, and it felt like suddenly we were watching something cinematic.
Yeah.
But George was the one that first made it possible to fit universes in a page. And you could feel it, right? If Alex Ross used the worm's eye view or the man on the street view to make you feel how big and colossal these, larger than life these people are, George was able to do that by bombarding you with the details of that world. And it was through all of those details that just made you feel like you were there. I mean, it's the closest thing to virtual reality, right? That you could see, like, this brick on the building, and like, I don't even know if that detail was there, but in my head, especially when that antimatter wall hit the world, I could imagine like dust motes flying as the antimatter wall was disintegrating each universe. And that's how he just sparked the imagination for me.
Well, I mean, just as there's so much. I mean, there's a personal legacy of being managing to be a decent human being, and being that to fans, I think is a great gift, and it's something that the rest of us, need to keep in mind and aspire to. Young artists and older artists, writers, we all need to remember that our primary obligation, is to be the person that our fans hope that we are, to be that giving, kind, generous person that fans expect us to be. And George was that. So, that's a big part of his legacy. And an additional part of his legacy is his work ethic. To put the effort in to make the work the best that it can be. Younger artists, there are no shortcuts, and George was the proof of that. He took no shortcuts. He did everything, and he did it to the best of his ability. And still, we're talking about him in past tense, but he is still here, and still, the guy that sets the standard. So that's an important thing for younger artists to recognize, is that being good enough is never good enough. George always strove to be better, and that's I think that's something to keep in mind, for creators at all levels, of the work.
What George does the best is not only to put 1,000 of characters in the same page, which he does great. What he does great is to build characters in huge humanity, because they are all different. They have different behaviors, different fates and body language. And that's something I never knew so well until I started diving in what he was really doing in his works. He's brilliant because he can do that with 1,000 of characters. That speaks to you about how much humanity embodies George Perez. If he has as much humanity to share with all that kind of different characters. So he's a giant, and he's a legend, and he is pure DC Comics DNA, also Marvel Comics, but mostly DC Comics. And I love him and his work, and I only have grateful about his figure and his works.
Oh, I really don't want to talk about it as a legacy.
Okay.
It's kind of. Well, I was gonna say he's like the nicest man in comics.
I have heard that.
He's just, that's the first thing that comes to mind. So I mean, I guess I'll stick with that. But his energy is out there. And again, all I can think of is his smile. And whenever he saw me, he was like, "Hi, Jill, how are you doing?" It was like he's happy to see you. And if that was an act, he deserves an Oscar for being the best actor, because his energy level was always up there. I don't know, maybe I think he is a guy that gets energy by giving energy. Whatever he throws out there is usually projected back on him. I've never seen anyone mad at him, or there was no fan that was creepy or a dick. And if there were, it either just like rolled off of him, or it was, I never saw that, because there are fans that are just trolly, and or weird or creepy, right? So but I never saw that anywhere with him.
You're working on Wonder Woman, and does it just feel like, knowing that you're working on Wonder Woman at this moment in time with all of that going on?
Oh, well, okay, I think that both I and Phil Jimenez as artist and Kelly Sue DeConnick as the writer. I mean, obviously George's redefining of Wonder Woman and just all of his working on, but especially his work in Wonder Woman, has been a constant inspiration to us throughout this whole process. And, you know, we're doing a set of 3 graphic novels, each one about the equivalent of 3 issues long. So about 9 issues altogether once Nicola gets done, and possibly more after that. But for this, we're doing essentially 9 issues of Wonder Woman comics in 3 graphic novels. And we're hoping to, again, you know, follow in his footsteps. And for the current era, look at what Wonder Woman, you know, the world needs, and bring that to the people. But that's based on the inspiration that George gave us. And he has definitely created the standard by what he created. I mean, if you look at Phil Jimenez's work, I mean, Phil Jimenez is a genius, but he's topping himself in a way that he's never had to before, because this is our chance. This is our chance. And yeah, I mean, every page I draw, every page he draws, and I'm assuming also Nicola, we know that it's going to be on a shelf somewhere, on shelves, you know, on personal shelves and library shelves and bookstore shelves, near the original, you know, graphic novel collections of the run by George Perez. So we, you know, we want to be worthy to sit next to him. We don't have necessarily, it's going to, you know, we're probably not going to redefine Wonder Woman the way he did, but you don't want to be embarrassed sitting next to him. You want to feel like, okay, I feel comfortable having lunch with this, you know, my book, having lunch with his book.
George, there will never be another George Perez. There will never be another George Perez. You know, there will be those of us who aspire, those who imitate to an extent, but the man will never be duplicated.
What did you think when you heard the news about his health?
Oh my God, I cried. It's devastating. It's like you don't think about that kind of stuff happening, and you don't think about that happening to someone who's so wonderful. I mean, it's heartbreaking. But then also when I've seen posts by him and the way that he's dealing with it, it's also inspirational. I mean, he's such a great guy, and to be able to have his shit together in such a way, knowing that he has possibly X amount of time left, and he's planning on, like, he's also fortunate, right? I guess he knows something's going to happen to him, and he's planning it out so it's exactly how he wants it to be. It was hard. It's been hard to read all of the updates about what their plans are, and that they've talked to doctors and they've talked to other people, and to make sure that Carol's taken care of, and you know that he's still going to work. I mean, but also I know Joe Kubert was working in his hospital bed when he passed away, like, because to him, he couldn't even think about like not working. So I know that he had his sons bring work to him because he couldn't, like, it was going crazy not being able to draw. Even if he couldn't do it all the time, he was just like, I gotta draw something. So knowing that George has dealt, you know, with religious people and then his doctors to figure out like what type of care he's going to have when the time comes that he's not able to be mobile and or closer to death. It's sobering and sad, and it hurts my heart just to think about it.
Oh, fuck. You know, this is George is such a nice man. And I mean, he's basically my age. We grew up in the business together. This has been a lousy couple of years for losing friends. And it was just sort of not another one, not one my age too. You know, it's.
Oh, it was terrible. I mean, I don't know. It was just like, you know, I felt like you know, a cornerstone of the not only the industry but the art form is, you know, it's been struck down. You know, I wish him all the best and his family. I know that, you know, as much as, you know, I was horrified to hear it, I'm like 1,000 miles away from the situation. So the people that are immediately around him and know him personally and his family, I can't imagine what they're going through.
Terrible. I mean, it's like, you know, we kind of expected to be George to be around for a long time, like we hoped we would. And seeing, I mean, look, I'd known about George's eyes for a long time, and I knew about George's conditions and all that sort of stuff. But I was hoping that, and you know, George was doing these sort of charcoal graphite drawings for collectors, and they were fun. And very often people would send them to me to like amplify or color or something like that. So of course, you know, George and I are only 4 or 5 years different in age, and it's just a reminder that we got now. Get to it. You don't have any clue to how much time you have left to get to the important things in life.
Jeez, I can't help but think about it. When I saw the news, I don't know if I'm remembering right, but around the time the news broke, one of the first posts about it, and it might have come from him or maybe fans, was a picture of him smiling. And I think that was just a great way to start remembering George. It also brings to mind, I can't remember if it was Asimov or a sci-fi writer who was asked, what would you do if you knew the world was ending tomorrow? And the writer said, I would write faster. You know, which just goes to show that love for storytelling. And I don't know if George can draw any faster, but I think he has drawn so many heroes and universes that it's great to think how he has inspired generations. Again, you know, whether you're a fan of the Ultraverse or cross-gen or Marvel and DC, of course, you know, at a certain point in time, you picked up a George Perez comic book, and it's like it felt like I couldn't help but reflect to think of how he has he's lived a great life of doing what he loves and inspiring others at the same time.
Well, I had a preview and got punched. At the same time, though, I knew he'd been having trouble with his eyes. I knew he's sort of retired out of art, and I knew that would hurt him. And you never want anybody to die. You never want, and he hasn't died yet, and he's going to live up to every minute. But it's just such a damn shame. You know, if you could pick people, if we could all like contribute a little to them and keep them going, it would be wonderful. He's a bright light, and he's a very alive personality, a very sort of effervescent one. He's the sort who does his job as a creator beautifully, to give back to fans and totally appreciate them and totally get all that good feeling back from them. So it's just a big damn shame.
Oh, it's very sad. It's very sad. I never got to meet him. If I met him, it was like briefly at a convention somewhere where it was like, oh, hey, it's George Perez, nice to see you. And that was it. I never got to have a conversation with him or talk to him about his work. On Twitter, I think I messaged him a little message saying, you know, how important his work is to me. And that it's sad we never got to talk, you know, or meet. Yeah, it's kind of devastating. I do see a lot of people commenting how unique that situation is, because how rare is it that people get to know what their outcome is going to be, so people that love them can express that to them. I thought about that too. It's a very unusual circumstance. And I felt weird sending him that message too, because I'm like, you know, now I reach out to you and say, you know, hey, you know, but at the same time, you know, I don't know. People need to, when they can, tell the people they admire how much they appreciate their impact on their life, you know.
Sad. You know, I'd be sad to hear that news about anyone, but I was particularly sad to hear it about George Perez, because he's always been such a positive force. He's always seemed so happy to be doing what he's doing. He always seems great with the fans. He just seems like a great person, you know. So, I mean, what other reaction can you have besides sadness?
It, you know, it sucks. You know, George is one of those guys that makes you realize how you, even though you know it's impossible, I think you expect some people to be around forever. Yeah. And George is one of those guys, even when he pretty much quit doing comics for the most part, you know, and was really slowing down, and his convention picture was slowing down. He's one of those guys that I think no matter how long we will have George Perez, will never be enough, if that makes sense. And I think that's maybe the thought that hit me was, we could have George for 200 years and we'd want him for 225, 250, because, you know, he's just such a pillar upon which I think modern comic storytelling rests upon. And as he will go, as we all will go one day, his legacy is going to be one that's going to be, like I said, be with us forever. But man, I hope, I'd like to believe that this is true, that he is recognizing the impact he has had on so many people, fans, professionals, pop culture. You know, he's one of those guys that, like I said, I mean, his legacy is just immeasurable. And I guess learning his passing, I'm glad that, I'd like to believe that he's recognizing that, and I'm glad for that, at least.
Oh God, it was heartbreaking. I couldn't believe it. I mean, I was already heartbroken for him for his eyesight issues, you know, and the idea that a guy with so many gifts and so much still to give to the world, you know, just as a person, you know, never mind as an artist, you know, would encounter something like this. I was thoroughly heartbroken, and at the same time, enormously impressed by his choice to embrace his family and you know, the time that he has remaining to make that his priority.
It was just shocking, because with someone that has so much spirit and love of life, you incorrectly think that that's going to fuel them through anything, you know. And you hear stories of, like, or for me personally, I'm a big animation fan, so I think of the 9 old men from Disney, and they, you know, they always talk about, because they're animators, they live long, happy lives. So I attach that to all of my favorite comic book artists, that, oh, they're super talented and happy people. So I think that you know, will make them impervious to things like life. But
Oh, well, I felt terrible, of course. I felt the immediate need to go and break out some of my old comics of his that I love so deeply, and become that child again who cared more about those heroes than anything in the world. And by heroes, I mean not just the characters, but the guys who created them. Like, I wanted to draw Iron Man, but I wanted to be George Perez.
Yeah.
And of course, I felt connected to him in a way now more than I ever did when I was young. Like, due in a huge way to George inspiration, I became one of his peers of sorts. And suddenly our lives were much more aligned because we're both artists, and with the passage of time, we're much closer in age. And I just kind of felt like through his art, he invited me into his club, for which I'm eternally grateful.
Very, very sad. And it's typical of him, I mean, because he is such, oh dear, I'm sorry, that was my cat. He's such a nice guy that this would be his reaction to what's happening to him, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, he's very forthright.
I have the same reaction that everybody did. You know, it's a terrible shame, and you know, he's much too young. And you know, we're going to lose somebody who, you know, we never planned on losing. But then again, we never plan on losing anybody.
Just devastated. I mean, I just didn't have the words. I think you contacted me about, like, you know, saying a few words, and I'm like, I can't even yet. I just need to process this because, you know, we're losing a great one, but typical George fashion, you know, just going out with such style and courage and humanity, you know, it just speaks to his character, the way he's embracing this. And the one positive thing is that everyone has a chance to really tell him how much he's meant to us. So hopefully that's some comfort to him, because he's meant a lot to a lot of people.
First thought that came to mind is, oh man, the good ones always go first. It's always the good ones that always go first. I was sad, and at the same time, I'm also very proud and respectful of his decision.
Sadly, we were at the age where it's like you can't be too surprised, and he was having health issues leading up to this news.
Yeah.
I mean, it's heartbreaking. It's sad, but he's going out the way he lived too. I mean, the expression, the reflected love coming back at him now is earned, right? I'm sorry, I'm getting a little choked up.
You're not the first one.
Yeah. His legacy is going to exist outside of the pages he drew. And there ain't many people, I don't care who they are, you can say that about. And that makes him a treasure.
I was devastated. Still devastated. You know, it's kind of like your childhood influence and example of how to get things done in comics. The guy who's basically a showman with that pencil and with the ink. I mean, he inked himself also. When he started to write for himself also, it's just a very multi-talented man and a very nice man. I know he always talked about his wife a lot, and he always talked about how he liked to use her as a model sometimes when he was trying to get certain things done with certain characters, which I thought was awesome. I'm sure his wife loved doing it too. So, oh man, I mean, it's one of those things like when you watch Michael Jordan play or Kobe Bryant. It's like when he retires, you get used to him while he's here, because once they leave, that's it. And
you won't see this again.
About to work, huh?
You won't see this again.
Nope, that's it. I mean, unless other people try to emulate it, and they'll get some sort of reminiscent quality from it. But other than that, enjoy the master while he's here, because once he's gone, he's gone. So all I can do is pray that he made his peace with God, and that I don't know how you could get to a point where you could just be ready to you hear that kind of news and you just kind of, I don't know, you're just kind of waiting around, I guess. I don't know if he's really doing it. I'm sure he's going out trying to enjoy as much as possible. But while he still has the energy, because I know cancer is a very insidious disease.
Yeah.
And it's unforgiving. And sometimes people beat it, and a lot of times people don't. I understand he got pretty much a death note when it came to this particular type of cancer he had. I think it was pancreatic, I think it was.
Yeah.
So that's kind of, or I heard is the worst kind. So,
you know, I try to do the way I deal with anybody's death, who I have any form of love for, family or you know, a celebrity or a famous person or a colleague or stuff like that, is always to ask, did they get a chance to have a good run? So I mean, like it's heartbreaking when a legend is getting older and enters hospice or something like that. But given the time that anyone on earth has, you can't ask for somebody to have done much more than George Perez did, or ask for more from life than George Perez got. I mean, he has always lived his life to the fullest and brought his best to the table for everyone else. I mean, what can be better than that? I mean, he's just such an amazingly kind, decent, giving, joyful person. It's just, I mean, if we could have another 40, 50 years of George Perez, I mean, the world would be blessed, but I'm glad we got what we got so far. And I'm a little hopeful right now that there's kind of a breakthrough in his health, and he just, again, gives us another 5-10 years or something like that. Who knows what will happen, but I'm not betting on it, but
yeah,
he's done so great.
Well, it's too bad. I mean, we're all getting older, which is very hard to understand somehow, you know? I mean, it is, you know, I started 50 years ago, and that doesn't make any sense at all, but, and George would have started 45 years ago. Well, no. Yeah, 45.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, it's funny how time adds up, but unfortunately, you know, for everybody, time is gonna come to an end at some point. So I'm sorry that it's come to that for him, you know.
I mean, I was sad, like regretful, right? That you could like, and again, more so over time, because I've never met him. I didn't know anything about him other than his work, right? I didn't know anything about his life. I didn't know anything about the way that, you know, the people that he affected or how people felt about him. And the more that you read about, you know, the interactions he has with folks and the outpouring, the more I am, you know, sad that, you know, the industry is going to lose eventually. You know, I mean, we all eventually pass, right? But that you know, I'm sad that there's not going to be more work from him. I'm sad that, you know, eventually that we're not going to see, you know, what else he could do with other characters as new characters emerge. But mostly I'm sad for his family and friends who, you know, clearly, you know, he had such a strong connection to, and I regret that, you know, I never had a chance to meet him and, you know, tell him what I thought of his work and how much it meant to me.
Well, there's first of all, like my first reaction, of course, it's sad and upsetting. Cancer is terrible. I just went through I lost my mother recently to cancer, and the first thoughts I had was like, oh my gosh, I hope it's as painless and as unstressful as possible for him, because it is a very hard disease, not just physically but mentally and emotionally. It is very difficult to go through that. But at the same time, I feel like he handled things so gracefully, like almost like, okay, well, I know my time on my earth is limited, and to say that he, just the statements of him really wanting to see as many fans as possible and be as open as possible as he can possibly be, for his remaining days, to just, like, the fans appreciate him and that he appreciate his fans back. That was just so, I don't know, very emotional. I'm just getting a little choked up right now.
Very inspiring.
Yeah, very much so. It's just like, it's just so humbling. Like, it really reminds you, like even though you may excel at something, you may be the top of your craft, you may be the most respected person in the world, but in the end, it's like all of us little people who kind of like appreciated you and got you there, and the fact that you appreciate us back, it's just like you gave so much to us, and it's nice to know that we gave so much to you.
On the one hand, it's very sad, but on the other hand, I find it, I don't know, if I was in his shoes, I would find it somewhat comforting to be able to, like, you know, get your so-called affairs in order and be able to be with loved ones. And it's certainly terrific. The fans, the outpouring of love from the fans has just been fantastic. And I'm sure he really, really appreciates it. And so it's sort of a unique, you know, position he's in. So it's very sad it's happening, but at the same time, the way it's happening, I think, gives him a lot of great opportunities for love, to show love and have love shown to him, which is spectacular.
It was heartbreaking. You know, he's handled, you know, his illness, you know, in such a private and brave way. You know, you can't help but, you know, your heart goes out to him and his family.
Just kind of soul crushing, just sort of heartbreaking, you know. I mean, you know, it was sort of like I think I probably just kind of broke down. A lot of, oh fuck, you know, fuck no, pardon, you know, my language, but it's like, and it's sort of, and then the raging at the, you know, at the universe kind of a feeling. It's like, you know, it gets into these kind of existential things. So it's like, you know, I can have a running response. It's like everything from, you know, if anybody could beat it, it's George. You know, it's like to the other side, which is, you know, all the assholes out there. It's like who continue to draw breath. It's like a really wonderful human being is like saddled with this, you know, this situation. You know, it's like it's just fuck, you know, the gods, you know, and then the other part is you know, that I think the hope and the belief that he, you know, he's bigger than this. It's like he's stronger than this. It's not going to get him, you know. Of course, it's just, you know, we all have our due dates and, you know, stamped and, you know, and everything. And you know, it does put you in touch with mortality, you know, but you kind of run down that whole list of you know, the memories. Certainly for me, it was like, oh my God, it's like, you know, he was always there, you know, and it's like, so the idea that at some point he may not be, it's like, you know that, but it's like, no, not this person, not him, not George, you know. So, yeah, I mean, I love him. I mean, he's like family to me, you know, and yeah, I mean, I just start to go down like all the thoughts of him, like not, I don't think necessarily of the loss. I just think about the gifts that he gave. Like it's like there's a spiritual aspect to him that is like, you know, just it's like a fulfilling and a filling energy that's almost like defies the loss. It's like it's almost like there's, you know, two vessels, and one is empty, you know, emptiness, and the other one is like things that he does to fill it up. And it's always, you know, that's always the side that's more full.
Yeah, I was floored. I remember shaking my head in disbelief, especially at the fact that, sorry, I know George. I had the privilege of working with him for months, and I'm going to feel the loss that I felt when John Buscema left us, because it's not just an incredible artist that just leaves and you're not going to see anything new from him forever. Is the knowledge that a very incredible human being it's not going to be there to guide anyone else ever again, because I know what kind of influence and what kind of motivation George Perez can be in person. So I just hope that he's going to realize, or I hope that he realizes right now that all the lives that he touched in his life are probably better for it. And I know that mine is.
Oh, it's, obviously it's terrible. And we've had friends with cancer recently, which has been really heartbreaking. That sort of compounds it. But I guess a tiny silver lining is this ability now to sort of see how much he's meant to people in the time that he has left, and to be able to enjoy this time. I felt like that was such a wise thing that he wrote, to sort of say, like, this is what I've intended to do with what the time I have remaining. And I think that, I wouldn't call it lucky, but who gets to sort of take a victory lap while everybody tells them how much they've meant to them. I mean, that's given the circumstances, I think that's an excellent thing to have able to have happened.
Well, obviously, I was saddened to hear that George wasn't well. I mean, I couldn't profess to know him personally very well. We've met on a couple of occasions and had a few cordial words together. But yeah, I was really sad to hear that he was so ill. And also I was really heartened to see his sort of bravery, his determination not to let it bring him down, to try and keep going, to celebrate his life, to see his old friends, to still take part in the world of comics that has been his life. So I think a man who, in his own approach to misfortune, is a hero.
What do you think of the way he's been handling it?
I knew over the previous years there were shows I would be at that unfortunately he may have canceled, and he was having all sorts of issues with his eyes, etc. It was still quite a shock, and but I'm glad he's handling it the way he is, and that he's able to express his love to his friends, his fans. That's so important, and it's very sincere. You could tell, he's a, no matter what, and I relate to this myself a lot. We're still fans. We're still comic book fans. One of the projects I worked with George when I was editor-in-chief at Topps Comics was Jurassic Park, where the main reason he did it was he wanted to ink Gil Kane. It's almost like he was always trying to satisfy various childhood dreams, like, I'll ink Jack Kirby, I'll ink Gil Kane, I'll work on, as many of the artists he loved as a fan growing up, and the characters, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, I mean, all I know is really what he's posted publicly. It seems like he's been handling it in a way that we should all strive towards. Who could have that sort of like wisdom to be able to deal with something heartbreaking in this way? Who could have the wisdom to be able to handle it like that? I don't know. I mean, that's incredible.
So all I can say is, he seems to be pretty happy. I'm sure he has his scary moments, his scared moments, and he has his moments where he's just cool with the fact that it's going to happen, and he's just kind of making his peace. But I'm sure when he first heard about it, he was probably, just probably shivering at the knees.
But what do you think of the way he's been handling it?
Superlative. I mean, like I said, he's been reaching out here and there, showing people that he's still around, he's still alive and kicking and still strong. And he's got a smile on his face, I guess, also to let people know that, don't cry for me. I've lived a beautiful life, and You know, I was able to entertain you guys, and you guys loved myself and you loved me. And I think more than anything, I would think that more that he has this concept in his brain that he left something of him behind, and he felt he made that mark. I think he feels like he did the job he needed to do. And people will be saying his name a lot.
You know, I think as a society, we tend to equate length of time on Earth with value rather than quality of time on Earth. And, you know, George is giving us another great lesson, you know, in how to be a human being. And I am incredibly moved by it.
These are not being easy times for all us who loves George Perez, but it's also being incredible to see him in social media, sharing all his time with fans, with another professionals, and being a fucking good sample of human being and just transmitting love for his work and for the people who follows him.
The other thing that really shocks me or impresses me, I guess, and is at least what it seems is the strength and grace with which, you know, he's going through what he's going through. And I can only hope that, you know, when you know, again, I'm faced with something like that, I could approach it the same way, right? So I wish him nothing but peace and happiness, and hopefully, you know, however long he's with us, it's, you know, hopefully it's a long time, but however long he's with us, it's free of pain and filled with a lot of joy and friendship, and, you know, he gets to see all the people that he wants to see, and, you know, before he finally does pass. But yeah, sad mostly, but also super respectful and impressed and in awe of his legacy and his work and the way that he's even handling, you know, what he's going through now.
I think he's been handling it pretty well. I mean, you know, that's a lot to have to carry around, and you know, last time I saw him was pre-COVID, right? So I mean, it's been a couple of years, but he was upbeat, you know. I mean, he was like going forward with his life, you know.
Oh, he's been handling it like, you know, exactly. I don't want to say like I expected or I would expect. I mean, like he's handled everything. It's just with such humility and grace and generosity and love, and just, you know, once again, he's an example of how to do it, you know, how to live. And if part of the living is knowing how to say, you know, goodbyes, you know, if that's all part of it, it's like, you know, because so many people we know, it's like there's a suddenness to it. You know, there might be disease, whatever, and it's like, and then there's a mix of surprise, and other times it's like not a surprise, you know. But like, but to have it a situation where we all know this is coming, the inevitability of it, and it's sort of announced in that way. That is what I think everybody's sort of grappling with, and I can't imagine what he would be. You know, I mean, he's sort of seems to have made peace with it, and I think it's up to all of us to do the same. You know, and I hope that we can learn from him. I mean, he's still how he's handling his diagnosis and his prognosis. It's like it's as inspiring to me in the way that only George can be to me, in the way that he's always inspired me. You know, it's like he's just that guy.
I think the guy has the biggest balls on earth. To be honest with you, to be blunt with you, I can't even imagine what I would do in his shoes.
I'd freak out. I would freak out.
I would be, you know, curled in a ball on the floor probably. But the fact that he's still out there looking at art and talking to people and taking time to say, you know, it doesn't matter if you're here for 100 years or for 10 days. What you do is what matters. And he did so much, then it's going to be remembered forever. And oh man, how many people can say that? You know?
Not a lot.
And he's such a class act. I never expected it. You know, the news was unexpected, but to see him handling this way, it's just incredible. And it's going to be an inspiration in that as well.
It's magnificent. It's, you know, I said, what's the one commonality? We're all going to die. If you turn your head and only look at your coming death, you're not going to have any fun living. And if you turn back and say, oh, well, I know that part's coming and sooner than I want, let's live today, then you're going to have a whole lot better time. I have to admit, spending time with George really kind of got me out of my 2020 funk, because I've been feeling the weight that everybody else has of, you know, when I talk to people who say, why is so-and-so so upset? Why is so-and-so so awful? I go, well, we're all 50% awful, because we're all starting out from the baseline of 50% of your life right now is there's an invisible monster outside the door that might kill you. So you start there. So when you're having a bad day where you're just, you know, the bitch circuits are on, or things go wrong, or you're just kind of not able to cope with it, you're starting from 50% as opposed to 0. So we all too easily get awful and too easily are being awful to each other and not churning up a little bit of extra patience with the understanding that everyone is awful. So because things have been kind of creepy and scary and depressing, it was so nice to spend time with someone who just goes, here I am, I'm alive. You know, let's go look at this wonderful thing today.
Better than anyone else I've ever heard of. I mean, just
right.
It's just living life with passion and joy and kindness and goodness, trying to do good with his time left and doing it joyfully. He's like Mother Teresa without the dark side.
You know, really impressed. He's been very stoic, and I think he's decided just to live his life to whatever life he's got best left, which is really all any of us could do. And he's handled it with a lot of aplomb and just sort of grace, which I like to think I would if I were in that situation, but I have no idea if that's true.
It looks like he's been having fun. I mean, at least from the posts, you know. Yeah. It's great how he's been very upfront and open, and how he it feels like, I mean, you know, it's a very private matter, and it's great that he shares as much as he can, especially, you know, because of his fans and readers. I mean, you know, we would be more than happy to give him his privacy. Especially you know, with the that he might not have a lot of time anymore, but it's great that he continues to post, or at least his family and friends continue to post about him. Seeing him visit the DC office was also you know, great to see, and again, you know, in every photo he was just smiling all the way, and it looked like he was, you know, having fun.
I mean, even now, you know, like with George facing his end, you know, he's meeting it in a way that is so heroic and so sort of touching, and so I get choked up talking about it.
You are not the first one.
No, it's impossible not to, but every picture of George, whether it be him visiting DC or him in the hospital or him, whatever he's doing, he's got a giant smile on his face, and it can't be easy, and he can't always be feeling that smile, but he's wearing that smile for the fans, you know, like he's making all of us he's making us all aware that it's okay to lose a guy like George. And I understand it's a fact of life, but it's hard to lose a guy like that, because he means so much as a human being and as an artist and a contributor to this industry, that it's hard to know that that's coming soon. and it's made easier because George makes it easier for all of us. And that's like, I don't know, that's kind of his final gift to us, you know, is his final gift to say that it's okay. I'm okay. You should be okay.
Superhuman. I mean, I wouldn't be. And if ever I have time to process whatever it is that I'm going through, I'm going to try and remember that, look how George handled it. And maybe I can aspire to that also.
You know, just the bravery, you know, that he's showing right now. Like, I don't know if I would be that brave, to be honest. I honestly don't know. It's hard, you know, when you imagine that scenario. I mean, you know, it's not that I haven't lost people close to me. It just, you know, it's usually, you know, much more either sudden or, you know, I mean, I haven't lost anybody to cancer yet, thank God, but, you know, I mean, I can't even imagine. You know, I've had friends who, you know, also, thank God, you know, they've had cancer, they're in remission, they're doing well right now.
Yeah.
But, you know, I just
Gentleman George, you know, Gentleman George. I mean, I don't know him personally, obviously. Obviously, anything anybody posts on social media is curated. You know, I'm sure he has moments that he's probably has a wide spectrum of emotions about what's going on, like everyone would in that case, you know. But you know, again, Gentleman George, you know, he's just been real cool. He's been very positive and really using social media in a very positive, productive way, you know, through himself and the people that are representing him. Again, man, a friend to the end, everybody. I think he's one of those guys that people that don't even know him personally feel like George Perez is their friend.
Yeah.
And that's something really cool, you know, as a professional, when you're on the side of the table that you're interacting with people to support your work, you want everyone to leave that experience in a positive fashion. And George just amplifies that 100-fold, you know. So yeah, the way he's handling things now, as far as what I've seen, has been very on brand for the type of person he's always been.
Yeah, man, it's like, and the way he wrote it, I don't remember what site I read it from. Was it on Facebook? I don't know.
It started on Facebook. That's when that's where he made the announcement. But it went everywhere.
Right.
Yeah.
He wrote it as if, you know, as a matter of fact, like, hey, he's not gonna do more of the medication, but he's just gonna go out with a bang and just live his own happy life as long as he could. And I thought that was very brave. And once again, it shows how much of an awesome person that he is. Not just a great artist and a teacher, but, you know, as a human being.
It would have been very easy and understandable to freak out and to, you know, try to like keep it to yourself and be going, you know, like nuts and have it destroy you. But in a way, it's sort of allowed him to take sort of the victory lap and speak to all the people whose lives he's touched through his art and just through being a good human being.
Incredibly graceful. Yeah, especially like him, a few of the things I've seen where he's gone to meet with other creators. I think Jim Lee went and talked to him, or he went and had some sort of tour of the DC offices or something like that. I don't know if I would be able to. I don't know if I could face, like, if everyone, like if something like that was happening to me and everyone knew, and I don't know if I could face them. I don't know if I could deal with that, having a conversation with somebody and they know it might be the last conversation they have with you, you know.
Yeah.
Other than family, but when it's people that are colleagues or whatever, I don't know how he's doing it. It's pretty amazing, actually.
I think he's been handling it with grace. You know, it's like he's been working through it the same way he's probably worked through all his life is just being a genuine great person, and that carries him through whatever's happening.
Oh, perfect. This sounds terrible. I'm going to attach it to something personal, but I had a heart problem 10 years ago this year, actually, and I chose not to tell anyone. And there's virtues to that. But I think in terms of George, like his honesty and showing how strong he is, and living within the community of comics and letting us all experience it, that's something that's a talent that's it's human talent, not anything to do with comic books or art, being an artist or anything like that. So everyone knows he's a great guy, and have wonderful stories about him. So I didn't expect any less.
It's inspirational. I mean, I saw him a few weeks ago. He came out to Southern California. He saw some people at DC Comics, and he was at a friend's house, and I was invited to it, and I went, and it was, I basically, in a much shorter version, told him how I felt. I compared, his demeanor to that of Jack Kirby, and he appreciated that, but I really mean it, so it was a pleasure to see him. I wish it was under better circumstances. I wish I knew him better than I do, but I think it's wonderful, the outpouring of support and love for him, and I'm just genuinely happy that he's able to see it, and that he's in good enough shape to still be active and go places and meet his friends and his fans and have a nice time, because everybody loves George Perez. Whether you're a fan of his art or not doesn't matter. Everybody loves George Perez, the person.
The candor and hopefulness that they have is amazing. The choice of how to live, becomes so key and so important. And having had family who have suffered from cancer, it's not always an easy choice to make. And I really applaud George's choice, and to be open about it, to give, that might be his first instinct, I don't know, but to open that up, the conversation up, so that all of his fans can also have a chance to talk with him, is beautiful. It's so rare, and the level of humanity and decency is just I find kind of overwhelming, because it's just it's a beautiful moment. We are only here for a time, and how you choose to live it and act on it is the most important. And what George and his family have done with this, and giving everyone a chance talk with him and say how much they appreciate him is really just stunning and beautiful.
Oh, like a champ. I mean, it's like it's stupid, but there's like that Game of Thrones quote. What did we say to the god of death? Not today.
Not today.
Right. And we know it's terminal. We know it's coming soon. And he's still, despite everything he's going through, he still went to DC. Like, they wanted him to come out to celebrate him. But I think in many ways his going out there was for them, not for himself.
Yeah.
And I think that says a lot.
He's a better man than I'll ever be. It's amazing.
It also puts a lot of your life in perspective when you think about somebody who has had to deal with it, and someone and someone who has had such an impact on so many people. But then you read how he's dealing with it, and he's talking about how great his life has been. That he's not at this point saying, oh, I regret XYZ. He's, you know, he's reflecting on how wonderful moments have been and how he's got to be with his wife for X amount of years and how she's his muse and his inspiration. And to feel that kind of love coming off of a person is, it's so bittersweet.
Yeah. Have you spoken to him since the announcement, or?
I've reached out
I
to
feel like
him
a lot
by
of people are reaching out.
Yeah, but I actually, you know, it was odd because I wanted to speak with him and see him. And yet at the same time, there's a part of me that feels like I don't want to bother him. You know, it's just, it's like, and it's, the other part of it is that it's kind of a perversely sort of selfish thing of I don't want to feel all of the, you know, the emotional, like all the things that I've been feeling. It's like that sort of bubble up every now and then, you know, which is very selfish. But you know, I mean, I've told him how much he means to me and how much I love him, and I've told him that over the years. So it's like really not like, you know, anything that needs to be said more. But I do hope to, you know, to see him, if not to see him and speak with him. But you know, with everything that has been going on, it's like I know that he's sort of been in and out of hospice care and sort of traveling here and there. So part of it is like I said, I don't want to intrude on, you know, his process or whatever else he's doing, you know, because in a way that it's like it has nothing to do with me. It's like it's, you know, I'm one of the many people whose lives he's touched over the years, you know. So there are other people and considerations that I'm sure he has that are far more pressing.
Do you have any anecdotes about George Perez?
Right. We'd been to a comic book convention and we landed in New York or something. And I saw George helping all these old ladies who had lost their bags. And they had no association with George whatsoever. But he was trying to get these people to get their stuff back. And I thought, what a nice guy. He didn't have to do any of that. He just had to help people. So having nothing to do with art. He's just a nice guy.
Wow.
There's a moment in, I want to say it's issue 11. There's the wedding of Aquaman and Mira, which we did a flashback to. And George had to recreate that scene. And this is George. This is my George story. So George is drawing the story. And in the original 1963 story that we were riffing off of, and the cover, specific a cover image of the Justice League and the Teen Titans and all these guys at the bottom of the sea watching Aquaman's wedding, Wonder Woman in that image didn't have a helmet on. Because back in that day, she was so super invulnerable, nobody thought about it. And again, it's comics. We're getting ready to do this scene again. And George says, oh, should I put a helmet on her? I said, well, I mean, in current continuity, she doesn't really have this ability to breathe underwater that I know of. She probably should. And George is like, but that wasn't what it looked like back in 1963. I'll just draw her without a helmet. I said, okay. I said, okay. All right, but if you do that, I got to figure out how to explain this. So as luck would have it, I know, and this is true, God help me, I know this level of detail. Wonder Woman's earrings actually were a gift from the gods to allow her to breathe in space and underwater. So I said, all right, you know what? Just make sure she got the earrings on, but don't draw any attention to it, because then I got to explain that. Just have to make sure she's there. And then people who know this, it's a little in joke for them, they understand. I get the pages back and my hand to God. There's a panel of Wonder Woman going, look, earrings. And then Mira going, oh, I like your earrings. So I love George. I would work with George anytime, anywhere. But oh my God, the curves he would throw me. But in the best possible way, because again, he was indulging his fanboy self, and that's great.
I met him one time at a convention in Kansas City, a Planet Comic-Con, and I asked him how he stayed enthusiastic about his work, because you can see it in his work. I was probably, this is early 2000s, so I was probably in my early 40s. And I was at the age where you start wondering if you're burning out on whatever your career is. And he's older than me. So I actually asked him that question, very specific question. How does he keep his enthusiasm going when he does what he does? And he just said, he said, I don't have a choice. He goes, people will notice in my art if I don't have that enthusiasm. And that answer kind of stuck with me because, excuse me, because it was just a given for him that he would be enthusiastic about it. So I found that kind of inspirational in a way.
Yeah. He actually gave me advice about not drawing all the blades of grass in a grass field.
George would say that?
Yeah, that's all. But you do it. It's like, no, I do it after, until a certain point. After that, you start vanishing the grass to give a distance effect. So I'm like, thank you.
Okay. So you do still draw all the grass. It's just you draw it
I
different.
still draw all the grass, but up to a certain point. After that, it's either that or my inker would kill me. So I just stopped after a while.
One's not so much a funny anecdote as, okay, big fan of comics who ended up tripping into comics sideways. And I ended up working as Marv's associate editor at DC Comics. And that was the year they'd split and had the two new Titans books, the Baxter and the regular. Well, we had a painted cover by George. And on the painted cover, he'd included a page from a book. So it was my job to call him up and say, I need to know what book that is, because I've got to get copyright clearance for the image in the background that you've pasted onto this painting that's, due in production tomorrow. And of course, his response was, I got that from somewhere. So Marv and I ended up going down to the New York Convention and Visitors Bureau and spending multiple hours looking through photographs to find one from the same angle so it would match the perspective of the characters. That we could get clear rights from and substitute out for the one they had pasted down to the board. So I said, there was my beloved artist, George Perez, and the first thing I had to do was call and yell at him.
I'm afraid I don't. I wish I had spent a lot more time with George than I actually did. I think I've only hung out with him a handful of times, just because we happened to be at the same convention at the same time. But he was always just a sweet, personable guy, and a total professional.
Yeah, I still remember one time working. I was drawing one of the issues, I think, of Moon Knight, and George excused himself to go to the restroom. And I don't think this. I hope this isn't telling tales out of school, but he took his drawing tablet, his board, and the comic page with him into the bathroom, and he came out and the page was done. It was like, so he'd been like in the using the facility while he was still working. It wasn't like he didn't like, excuse me, I'm gonna go take it. I mean, if he'd taken a shower, he probably would have drawn in the shower. That's, and I was like, wow. It's like I thought I was nuts about just drawing all the time, but George, like, and the way he worked, it was just like he would just, from one panel to the next, it was almost like he just saw it in his head and it just came out.
You didn't even lay it out?
No, it was like, from what I remember, no, it was like he may have like just lightly penciled, but then it was like he would go right into it. Like all of those, circles that he would do, like the George Perez version of the Kirby Crackle.
Yeah.
It was like, I still remember watching him draw, like, and just going like, he's doing like all the chainmail on that on a specific character, whatever. It was all just like just projected onto the paper. And I was like, okay, it's like, I got to really step up my game.
Probably feels the same way about you though.
Oh, I don't know. I think he probably just feels relieved that he's not living in my head,
Yes, and I don't have the comic here. It's upstairs on a separate spinner rack. But so I did this long interview with George when we did this big sort of high-end collection of his Avenger stories at IDW. It was called Artist Select Series, where ostensibly it was the artist picking their favorite stories. And then we would do a big sort of career spanning interview that talked about those stories and why they mattered. And George said, why don't you take first pass at them? Like, as good as he is, he's a humble guy too. And so I got to make this big, fancy, oversized hardcover book that is kind of like my George Perez Avengers mixtape. like it's all my favorite George stories. And he added some to it. He said, yeah, that one's great, but I think this one's a little better, or why don't we include this one? But I mean, just that he let me sort of pick my favorite stories. And so as we're talking about them, there's this Avengers 160. It's Wonder Man and the Grim Reaper and Black Panther's in there. And the Avengers are all fighting this guy, and they're sort of trying to prove that Wonder Man is or isn't back to life. And so the Grim Reaper is Wonder Man's brother. And so there's this whole scene with the Grim Reaper where he's got his mask off. And, Grim Reaper is this guy who's got one of his hands is missing. He's got this giant like sickle or what have you on his hand. He doesn't have that hand. And so he's unmasked and he's talking, and then they're about to fight. And the next panel is this beautifully drawn close-up of his face, and he's pulling the mask down over his face with both hands. And George goes, that goddamn panel has been following my entire career. Like, I screwed up. Like, I think it's in the Marvel No Prize book where they basically called out all these artistic errors that were made along the way. And George is like, I hate that is such a panel that, we're reprinting it again in this fancy book. So once again, it's following me around. I'm like, but George, it's such a beautifully drawn error. Like, those hands are amazing. And so it's really funny to me that I didn't notice that as a kid. I just noticed that it was one more beautiful George Perez panel in a beautifully drawn George Perez book. And so it's I don't know, it made me laugh that even something that the rest of us is so beautifully drawn, George is like, damn it, I got that one wrong.
One of my favorite memories of George, and I didn't even have that much of a chance to interact with him, was like in the year 2000. And I know he would go here all the time. He would be at the convention in Igle, Spain. So I was brought over there, and I had some crazy bad flight stuff that happened to me the day before. But I had gotten in, I had been doing a presentation, and then kind of came out to take a break. And apparently George had just come in from the US. And what he was going to do was he was going to sit in the plaza of the town with fans around him and just draw until everyone had a drawing. And he would say this, just bring me sandwiches. And I was like, George, what are you doing? And he goes, I'm going to draw. And I was like, don't you want to go inside? He goes, no, they bring me sandwiches. It's fine. And I was like, but do you want a table? I'm going to go right over there to the cafe. You could get a table. And because I was having coffees and drawing for people, but not in the way George was drawing for people. He was drawing these fully rendered sketches of anybody. Sometimes it was a head sketch, sometimes it was a bust, but like publishing quality sketches. I mean, I think he drew until his pens ran out of ink, or it was dark. That was one of the things too. He stopped because it got too dark. So he was there from like 12 o'clock in the afternoon until when it got dark. And then the next day he came out and did the same thing. And then they flew him home. Because I was like, well, aren't you going to stay? And because we would have dinner at night, there would be like all of the other people will go out to dinner. George was they brought him sandwiches and he drew through dinner. He didn't do any of the social activities. And he was like, no, I have to get back home. I'm on deadline. And I'm like, dude, I feel so crappy right now because I'm just enjoying my time here and drawing and doing a con. And I'm worrying about the work I have to do when I get home. I know I'm never going to be able to get any work done, but he would work, draw for the fans, go back to his hotel room, do some work. He got up the next day, sat in the courtyard again, drew until he had to leave and get on a plane and go home. So it was like very short time, but he probably made more people happy just in those 2 days than anybody else at that convention.
Wow.
It was superhuman.
He just drew. He just kept on drawing, huh?
Yes, it was superhuman. I mean, at some point I get fatigued. I can draw a lot, but being at a convention is very physically draining. If you've traveled to the place and you've prepped all of your own stuff and you have to set up your table, or you're worried, or you have to sell your own things, or if you've taken commissions and you're drawing and people are talking to you all the time, you're always on. There's like a level of energy you're outputting just to be accommodating to anyone that comes by, even in the most basic thing, like, hi, do you want the sign? Who should this be to? Should I sign it to you or just sign? Do you want it special pen? You're like, there's a certain little script that you run through just to make sure everybody gets what they want. That's not including any kind of other, talking you do to people, or if they ask you questions, or if they're asking you about what you're working on, or anything else you have to do. And you want to be nice to everybody, and you want to make sure you're taken care of, and you have other things to do. So not only was he doing that, but he's doing it on a necessarily like a park bench, more or less, with his, holding his sketchbook, doing the thing, and eating something while he's talking to everybody. So he's not even doing it with the luxury of a table or with a light or sitting on a comfortable chair, because I'm sure the bench was comfy for a while, but I can't imagine it's comfy for 10 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And then to get up and to have come straight from the airport to do that, like fly in an overseas flight. Flying always exhausted me, even back in the day when we didn't have to deal with all these horribly unruly passengers and scary business. It was, fairly, it takes a long time. And then to come straight from the airport and just start drawing was like bizarre to me, like bizarre in the mind-numbing way, not there's something wrong with that way. And then do it again the next day.
Wow.
So, but it was like the Santa of comics, like, and you get a present, and you get a present, and you get a present, and everyone was like, it was like the best thing ever. And I wanted a drawing, but there was no way I was going to ask him for one, because it was like the last thing I want to do is, burden him. He's been drawing for 10 hours. I'm not going to ask him to draw me something,
Mm-hmm.
but boy, do I wish I had done that.
George and Jim Starlin, Ron Lim, and I, and our various significant others went to a luau when we were in Hawaii. And George, as per his personality, had to wear like a Hawaiian shirt that, you could see from space. And I think it was my girlfriend or somebody who said, gee, that's a really great shirt. And he took it off and gave it to them. I think he had another shirt, so he didn't walk around topless. It's like, oh, you like it? So that's just the way he thinks, I guess. I should have mentioned I really liked the Rolex he was wearing, but I missed it like that. So, okay.
I remember we were in London together. This was this was like either 76 or 77. We were both at a convention in London. Of course, when you get to go to London, you may take a little time, before and after the convention to be a tourist. And I remember running into George back then. And, we were both these guys from the Bronx. And I swear to you, when I saw George, he was like, hello, Jim, how you doing? And he wasn't kidding. He was, he was like blending in so much that he was like, oh yeah, we're having such a great time here in the UK. How long will you be staying here? It's like, so I just found that humorous. It also proved a theory that Roy Thomas had, that you could put like Conan the Barbarian in a hairdressing salon, and suddenly if he continued to work there, Conan himself would suddenly be talking a little differently. So it was fun. He's a great guy. He's always been wonderful, and I'm very appreciative and thankful to have had him in my life. And I it's heartbreaking, and I wish he could be around forever, but all things must end. And I'm just super thankful to have known him, to have been a friend, and just hope he's able to do everything he possibly, that he wants to do, that he hasn't done yet in what little time he may have left.
Well, I have a funny story. Was one day when I was working on breath, I was doing some super detailed double spread with 1 million Roma legionnaires clashing into each other, and George came over when I was doing the double spread. And I was just shaking my hand and going like, oh man, this is going to take me forever and stuff. And he came over and he looked at me. I was like, that's not bad. But you could still put some detail, over here in the distance. I noticed that you put this bird in the foreground to cover some of the area. Take away the bird, show everything on the battlefield. I'm like, man, are you trying to kill me? And he was like, no, I'm actually trying to make you better. It's gonna look better in the end. But I was like, oh,
did you take away the bird?
Yeah, I did take away the bird in the end. No, but honestly, I mean, he was such a funny guy. He would crack jokes, and he would know that people would look at him like, oh no, he's George Perez. But the first thing that he would do is crack a joke and just ease the tension and let it go away.
The one time I met him, I asked him if he made a model sheet for himself to keep different faces the same for each character. And he said he didn't. He just kind of knew what they looked like in his head and just went off of that.
Yeah.
Which surprised me.
I've got 2 stories of interactions with George that just kind of tell you what kind of guy he is. So I remember the first time I met George was at Pittsburgh Con, and I'm generally not like nervous meeting people. I'm fine with that. But meeting George Perez, I was nervous. And I'd heard nothing but good things about him, but still meeting somebody that meant so much to me, I just didn't even have the words. And of course, George put you at ease like right away. Everything was fine after about 2 seconds. That's George. So I remember that. And then a recent interaction when I was at C2E2, over time, I had a number of interactions with George. I've gotten a bunch of commissions from him. So, he gets to know a lot of his regular fans and the regular people he's interacted with. It was at C2E2 2020, the last like in-person one. And George was like just kind of walking by the floor, and he walked by, the Artist Alley booth, and he saw me and he's like, oh, hey, Bill. And I'm like, oh, hey, George. And I did that. And then everybody just like looked at me and they're like, oh, hey, George. Like, oh, George Perez. I'm like, yeah, I know George Perez. But it just kind of shows you what kind of guy George is. Like, he just remembers everybody. He's a friendly guy, and just that's George.
That's so cool.
Yeah. So I went from like just sort of being like, almost like the little kid, nervous to meet somebody, to then knowing George well enough that he just is like, oh, hey, Bill. So
it's your
super
favorite
cool from, that kid that was reading New Teen Titans comics. I mean, that's like an amazing moment. So,
I mean, the sad thing for me is that George and I never really hung out. We were professional partners, not really personal partners, and that to me is something that I wish had not been the case. It just never happened that we were like socially connected. But I really, I will say that one thing that I don't know if it's funny, but I found it personally surprising and almost amusing that he was really apparently very offended by my creation of Vibe, the character Vibe, because he thought it was very insulting to Puerto Rican people, and I can totally see that. In retrospect, I was attempting to do something that I didn't have the skill set to do, which is to create a Hispanic character that would be multi-level, and I got stuck on one level, and unfortunately it was a not the level that George appreciated. So, in that sense, I have a squeamish reaction. But ultimately, the character went on and had a better life, in other people's hands. So I hope George, ultimately felt that it was worth the contribution.
I was in Philly. It wasn't Philadelphia. It wasn't like PhillyCon or something like this. It was something else. A friend of mine who's cosplay, Eric Moran, who's also, they call him Smoke. He invited me to come down. So I sat. He's kind of working with this particular promoter, this recruiter over there, trying to get a lot of a lot of art people, a lot of comic book people down there. So I found out he was actually in one of the booths, I think it was, and me and my wife kind of got up for a bit and just kind of walked around. And we actually saw him there, and then I just basically bypassed a whole bunch of people. They was, hey, what you doing? I'm like, I'm coming to see my idol right here. So he's mine too. I said, buy me comics. Back up, I got this, all right. So I went over to him. I said, hey, how you doing, Mr. Perez? He said, call me George. I said, I'm Chriscross. Well, I know who you are. Come on, stop playing. I was like, look, I'm just pretending that no one knows who I am when I come out that cage. So, and we started talking, chit-chatting. I told him about his influence on my work, the stuff that he's done, the different type of genres of work that he's done, and the fact that he wouldn't push away work when people from independent comics did something, wanted him to do something, he did something for them also. And he put the same kind of energy into it. And we all kind of talked about it for a while. We kind of joked about some stuff. We took a little cheesy shot, one of those little, and then my wife took the shot, and then I gave him a hug, and I told him I really appreciate him. And then he gave me a pat in the back, and then I just walked away.
I'm trying to imagine this, because aren't you so much taller than he is?
Yes, I am. He's probably like just above my stomach. I'm a 6'9", so I'm gathering he's maybe like around 5'9" himself, 5'10". So yeah, he was looking up. So, and I think it might have been a shot where I actually put my head on his head, my face on his head, like so crazy like that. It might have been something like that too, because we were being pretty goofy that day.
He actually invited me and my wife at the time to visit with him and stay with him in Queens, which was, kind of as a change of locale for the two of, for us, my wife Frankie at the time. And, I think George was a few years older than I was, and, but yet his work ethic was amazing. And some of the best memories I have were of being in his small apartment, and Vito was on Broadway. And I remember all of us would just be, working and belting out the soundtrack, singing the soundtrack, playing the different parts, between Eva and Che Guevara, and Juan. It was just like, and George had an amazing voice, and so it was sadly, all for naught, because my ex and I, we ended up getting divorced. And I think that even, George couldn't hold back the tide of that, but he certainly gave it the college try, and forever sort of, he opened up his heart, he opened up his home, he opened up, how he worked, how he saw things, and really made a huge impact on me in terms of, inspiring me to sort of try to be a different kind of person, in a weird way, sort of forced me to look at certain things in myself that I might not have wanted to, and that's like that's not even talking about his work, it's like, that's just him as a person. His work is amazing.
George can sing.
Yeah. Oh, he is amazing. If you stuck him on stage on Broadway in Chicago in front of like 2,000 people, he would not be out of place. He is that good.
That is amazing. I never knew that.
Oh, yeah.
My strongest memory of George, and that is, it was in San Diego at some San Diego con. I don't remember the year. And a bunch of us were having dinner together. And somehow the subject came on to singing. And I remember walking back to the convention with George and a woman named Judy Brown, who's a writer. I don't remember who else was there. And we were singing, "Going to the Chapel and I'm Gonna Get Married." And he has an amazing voice. He is a really, really good singer. And it was just all very warm and happy.
I think I even heard him once Christmas caroling, and but I've seen him. I think I heard him sing like light operas, like probably something from the Pirates of Penzance or something like that. There's nothing he can't do. I think there are many other sides of George that that we haven't touched on, or sides I'm probably completely unaware of, but that's like, to me, that's like the tip of the the tip of an iceberg. He was incredibly talented, very interesting, very open-minded, and I think had many interests, and was able to explore them, and live the life he wanted to live. So that what more can any of us ask for?
Oh, I mean, I was with him at the Hero Initiative, and he is famous for supporting, I should also mention this. He's famous supporting nonprofit charity work, and his big ask for everybody who wants to do a little thank you to him or anything like that is, please do whatever you can to support the Hero Initiative, whether that's promoting the Hero Initiative through social media posts, or if you can donate some cash, do that too. And I will try to be doing some Hero Initiative stuff as soon as I can after I get done with my current deadline and it's not going crazy, in honor of George. But yeah, I was sitting with him at a Hero Initiative booth, I think at a Chicago Comic Convention. And that's when I found out he could sing, because he was talking with somebody in line who was in cosplay, and he loves cosplayers because he loves costumes. His wife is actually would often sew costumes and stuff like that. And then they got talking about theater, and then that's when he busted out into song with proper, breathing from the diaphragm, theater singing, and it's like it was like being in a musical number all of a sudden, dropping out of real life and having a musical number break out in the middle of a convention. He's that good.
It's amazing.
And yeah, and he just did that. And if you listen to his just normal talking voice, you can tell he's a theater guy. He does dinner theater and stuff like that. He did dinner theater in his spare time once in a while, stuff like that. Just an amazingly creative person with, again, bringing joy to everything.
Very animated, and always projecting his voice really out loud.
Yeah, projecting his voice, but also he engages with you. I mean, there's so many things I've learned from him, but I mean, just the way he locks eyes with somebody who's a fan who talks with them, observes their emotional reactions, see if they need him to tone it down a bit, or if they're ready for him to like raise up the emotional level, draw them in, or join them up. And he's just, his social intelligence is just through the roof.
If you could talk directly to George Perez right now, what would you say?
Hi, George.
Hi, George.
Don't go.
You did good. I know about other aspects of your personal life, and I know people are taken care of. And if there's something you regret, I can't imagine what it would be.
Thank you, George.
So I wish to be someday the half of the kind of human being that George Perez is, not only as artist, but his passion about what he does. He's the fucking best of all of us, and it's too generous to put myself in that big ass.
Oh God. You're one of the best people's comics I've ever been lucky enough to have. I can't think. There's only a handful of other people I think are even in the running.
Hang in there, buddy. What do you say? I wish I had the words. But it's hey, we're gonna miss him. We're all gonna miss him.
George Perez, I love you so much. You are an inspiration to generations of comic book artists. And the work you've created will live on. And you set the bar for comic book art. You made it, you took it to a different level that it wasn't previously. And I regret not being able to hang out with you and talk with you more, because we were just at conventions and doing convention life. But I really wish I got to just sit and sketch and laugh and tell stories with you.
I mean, I guess it would just be a thank you. It'd be a thank you for making so many comics that matter to so many people. For me personally, you know, for a guy that inspired me to want to keep reading comics my entire life, to keep, you know, to want to make comics, and just for being one of the greatest people that's contributed to this industry that's full of great people. And so, yeah, it's just thank you for a lifetime of amazing comics, amazing memories, and just constant inspiration, whether it be from the human side and the artistic side. Just thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for so humanizing characters. Thank you for bringing acting more into comics. Thank you for inspiring people to bring all their little characters to life, all the background people, the environment, the city noise, the little business going on in the background. So thanks for making it fun.
Thank you. You know, thank you for all the great art and all the great stories. You know, it's definitely enriched my life, and obviously the lives of hundreds of thousands of other people.
Say thank you for the work. As somebody who really likes comics, it's always a pleasure to run into somebody who really likes comics. Then you get really good comics, and those of us who like comics are very happy to get them, you know, and not everybody offers that, but he certainly did.
My gosh. Thank you. You know, which I'm sure a lot of people are probably saying, but on the off chance that you hear this, George, you know, again, I'm a independent horror writer, you know, and not even a superhero guy per se, but you are a master, and you have left an indelible, unquestionable, irreversible mark on the medium and industry of comic books for the better. So if you ever see this, for whatever it's worth, Dirk Manning to George Perez, thank you, because you made comics better, and you've permanently altered the medium of comics in a more positive, productive, and credible fashion through your work. So thank you.
I would say thank you. Thank you for entertaining. Thank you for giving us so many great stories. And thank you for inspiring, you know, by example, through your work. You know, it's a gift, and, you know, it's something that I'll treasure for sure.
If it was one thing I gotta say, hey, I'm trying to follow in your footsteps, trying to be a person of color who's out there putting his stamp on the world, and I hope at some particular point my legacy of work starts to match yours. And I just tell him, job well done.
Well, if I could say one thing to George, first of all, I'd like to thank him for all the wonderful comics that he's done that I've enjoyed reading, and all the brilliant pictures that have caused me to marvel at just how good comics can be. And I'd also like to say how much I admire his courage and the warmth with which he's approached comics, and with which I hope comics is now approaching him.
Thank you for turning me into a lifelong comic book reader, because it changed my life and gave me a career, and it allowed me to meet people that I love and care about. And I would have never met Jim, who, you know, I love Jim like a brother, and I would have, you know, I never would have been able to do some of the cool stuff I've been able to do if I hadn't become a comic book fan. And I became a comic book fan in large part because of the work that he did. And, you know, again, Teen Titans and Crisis kind of changed my view of what the industry could be and superhero comics could be. So I owe him a lot from that standpoint. I thank him for, again, I think leaving a legacy of kindness. It feels like, it seems like that, again, not having met him or knowing him, it really feels like he's leaving behind a legacy of love and kindness, which, we need more of. So hopefully everybody can strive for that.
Just thank you for everything. Thank you for all the years of creativity and inspiration, and honestly, I just feel so empowered when I read his comics when I was a kid. Just thank you for everything. I wouldn't be the person I was today without reading his Wonder Woman run, probably.
Well, George, I think that what you've done is astonishing. What you've left behind is astonishing, and the way that you have interacted with people, the way that you have shown yourself to be, I think from a distance only, is something that we should all work towards, and I'm really in awe. So thank you for what you've put down on paper and what you've put out into the world, and I hope that this time has been enlightening for you.
Well, I guess first I give him a big hug and I thank him for teleporting me to fantastic worlds and inspiring my dreams and propelling me on a lifelong journey to become an artist and making me who I am today. And he'd be like, easy there, weirdo. How long is this hug going to last? Like I'm sure other artists did for him when he was a boy. He was the one who blazed the trail for me when I was young. And I have no doubt we'd be best friends if we grew up together. Although we might have fought about Marvel versus DC. But I sure wish I'd been able to get to know him. And, he'll always be a part of me. So George, my sincerest gratitude to you for your talent and your heart. And thank you.
I don't know what I would say other than thank you for everything.
Thanks. Thanks for all your work, and thanks for your inspiration. Thanks for the dignity you've carried yourself with all these years. Just a big thanks.
Ooh, just thanks so much for being not only an amazing talent, but an amazing person.
I would say, George, thank you for a lifetime of elevating the art that you make and those of everyone around you that got to see it. You're to keep the joke going, you're a titan of this industry, and we're all so fortunate to have been alive at a time that you were working. Thank you.
I mean, how many ways can I say thank you, George? How many ways can I can't help but think about all the times I would using carbon paper, I would trace over George's artwork in Who's Who.
Oh no, so many comics devalued.
Right? That's how you learn. That's how, and of course, eventually I gave up trying to be an artist, but all of those action poses, just get carbon paper and just trace over it. So yeah, I mean, thank you, George, for providing me and my friends with something to bond over, allowing us to visit all the worlds that you created and inspiring us to create our own superheroes and our own universes as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just thank you.
thank you for this extraordinary body of work, for expanding our imaginations, for entertaining us so beautifully for all these years, and God bless you.
Thank you for existing. Thank you for just being there, and for being a teacher. Unknowingly, maybe, but I think he knew.
Thank you, obviously. You validated dreaming about sequential storytelling. I mean, if I wouldn't have picked up that comic at the mall, it was Teen Titans, I of course would have found DC, or my love of comics would have continued, but and I would have found George eventually, but that's happenstance. Who knows, I'm going to find that comic, and it's going to, instead of thinking about video games that day, I'm thinking about comic books, and in the long run, I'm thinking more about storytelling at that point. So that's very rewarding. That's very enriching to my life and so many people. So
Fortunately, I think it's one of those situations where we've over the years, and when we both get busy with other projects, that I think when we do get together, there's always that sense of, this could be it. We're at a certain age, and we've all lost so many friends that I think when we did get together the last few times, we had a photo taken, and he was just beyond generous and kind and thankful, giving me more credit for helping him early on in his career than I truly deserve. So I would just say, George, I love you. I thank you for everything you've on every level, as a human being, as a friend, as an artist that I'm a big fan of. You've always been there for anything I've ever asked for. If I wanted a Zorro cover, he did one. He was truly wonderful, and what more can you say? I love him, and I think his work was always fascinating and interesting and compelling, and there are few artists that are capable of doing that for as long as he did. So I'm just very, very thankful, and I wish you were here.
You made my life better, Mr. Perez. You made my childhood better. You made my young adulthood better. You improved my life. You being in the world improved my life. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. When the news came out, I sent off a letter that hopefully Carol has shared with him, talking about all that he had accomplished, that helped me, helped the company, all helped the field that I love, and the lessons he was still teaching people by how he was handling his illness. Thank you, George. Good role model for being an artist, and an even better role model for being a human being.
You are, I may not have said this, and I probably, I'm going to say it now before. I admire you. I honor you. You are a hero to me. You are an influence of mine, and whenever somebody says that they see you in my work, I will not run away from that. I will embrace it, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
George, the only thing that I would tell you is, even if we knew each other briefly in this lifetime, you've left such a huge mark in mine. You have no idea how much everything you did professionally and humanly meant to me.
Well, I mean, it's heartfelt. I love you. I love you as a person, and I love you as a collaborator.
I honor you in every single way that's possible. And I wish we had had an opportunity to know each other personally better. But other than that, you know, man, you're still here, and you're still gifting us all. And I for one, you know, I'm glad that, you know, that you have been a part of my life and are still part of my life as a fan, as a reader, as a collaborator.
Oh man, you know, I'm in some ways you could say that George, you have lived a selfless life, but I mean, you've done it perfectly, in which, I mean, I'm just obviously all the joy and fun and adventure you've had. I mean, I'm glad you've lived a selfish life while living a selfless life, and done both so amazingly well. I'm glad that you let people know that you can have so much fun being such an amazingly good person and a good artist along the way. I mean, one of the best. Just so many ways you've redefined comics and what comics can be as a community and as an art form.
We love you.
Keep it up.
I only have to say this. Grazie, maestro. And I will see you on the other side.
George, hey, I love you. I mean, that's all there's no other thing that seems to come of any kind of importance that breaks down as much as simply that I cherish you. I love you. You mean everything to so many people, but what you have meant to me is I can't ever repay you for that. I can't ever thank you enough for that. The most generous, loving, giving, energetic human being I think I've ever had the privilege and pleasure to know. You all, you know, you've shown us how to live, and I think you're also showing us how to transition. And I feel like it's a level of, there's a level of peace at the same time that that I'm feeling, because you live in me and you live in so many other people. And I think you will continue on. I mean, I'm convinced of it, and I feel like I certainly with myself in terms of everything you've taught me in terms of how to behave around fans and everything. It's like your energy and your love and your connection with fellow professionals and with fans. It's inspired me. I want to carry on that, you know, what you've taught me and how you've been to other people. You're completely unique, and none of us, I think, can actually match what you've brought to all of us and what you've brought to this medium. I mean, sort of feel like my ever endeavor to do that was like be a pale in comparison. But thank you for inspiring me to try, and thank you for your work and your companionship and your love and your friendship. it's weird. It's odd in terms of just thinking about talking to George. It's like there's a part of me that feels like there's almost no words at right now. What I'm feeling is that I think if I were with George, I would just want to hold him and hug him, and just feel the warmth and the energy, and just sort of like embrace, and not that it's almost like there's no words. There's no words that'll suffice or that really are necessary. I mean, these are so many of the things that I've said to George over the years. It's like that. That not that it feels like it's a redundant to say them again, but I feel that with George, it's like that physical contact of just embracing him and just loving and just knowing that he was here, he's tangible, and he's like his energy is, you know, the idea that it's a light that could be extinguishing. It's almost like there's a part of saying, no, it's not going to be, you know, it's going to live on. And I'm convinced of that, absolutely convinced of that. So part of the difficulty I'm having is trying to imagine if I do see him, it's like of what I would say or whatever. It's like, and how much I would fight breaking down. At the same time, it's like I said, I think it would just be a matter of, I just love you. It's like, I love you, George. It's like, I love you. It's like, thank you. I love you. And it would be like the repetition of mantra of, you know, just that. It's like that anything else is almost irrelevant to just, thank you, I love you, thank you, I love you, I meet you. It's like, there's a purity in that to me about like that feels entirely appropriate with George. It's like that, almost like any of the other words or things, everything I've just mentioned in terms of, you know, his artwork, his generosity, his maturity, his vision, his commitment to his work. You know, it's like how he lived. It's like at the end of the day, it's almost irrelevant to the point where it's just like, you're George. You were on this planet, and I got to spend time with you here now. It's like you, and it's like, and like, and thank you. It's like, thank you, universe. Thank you, George. I love you. It's like, it's just that level of just repetition. At the end of the day, it just comes down to something that is absolute. That's the absolute purity of it for me.